Hey guys, it's Adrienne Banker. This is for my Stop Struggling Now members, aka the Stop Struggling Now Nation. I want you to be reminded of your inherent worth tonight, okay? A diamond doesn't have to do anything to be valuable. A diamond doesn't have to work, doesn't have to impress anyone. It just sits there and shines, whether it's in a ring or a watch or a necklace or a pair of earrings. It's just there, and it has this worth we attribute to it. And you are like that diamond. If you never did another thing, there's something rarefied about you because we've never seen you before in any time in history, and we'll never see another you for the rest of all time, for infinity and beyond. So don't be afraid of doing the inner work. Don't be anxious or frustrated when you see something that you need to improve upon, when you need a little added polish, right? You are still valuable. You're still a treasure. Keep learning, stay motivated, remain a student, stay teachable and humble, and remember, always be kind.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the Friday Night SSN Live. All right. You know what we're talking about tonight. What inspires you every day? People, places, or things. And we're going to have a little talk about that. And as you know, on Friday Night Lives, we can talk about anything. So, of course, that's always on tap. And welcome. Stop Struggling Now gear. Check. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. Now, let's get to it. Welcome back to the SSN Nation Friday Night Live, and I started this one off a little bit differently this time. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that from Adrienne Banker, her little cameo appearance for us. So even though I've shown people that before, but I figured on the Friday Night Live I might as well break it out, especially when we're talking about inspiration, what inspires you every day to do what you do, when we talk about what motivates you every day to do what you do. And I have a feeling that it all goes hand in hand. Sometimes you're motivated because whatever you're doing makes you happy, whether that's working, whether that's volunteering, whether that's doing nothing. Or other people may say, I go to work so I can provide for my family, or that I can provide for my family and build for generational wealth. So other people are saying, well, maybe I'll go around and do things for other people, such as charity. So you never know, but all of it goes hand in hand. You could be creating your wealth. You could be creating streams of income. Whatever makes you happy, that's been a theme that I've been going on throughout the week. And here we are on Friday Night Live. And of course, we can talk about investing. Of course, we can talk about anything that you want to talk about, just like I always say. But I wanted to start it off with a little inspirational message. Like I said, thank you from Adrienne Banker again, who's now at newsnation.com. She's an Emmy Award-winning anchor, news correspondent, and has a book. Always Be Kind is her thing, all right? And she's from Sacktown as well. So that's always a good thing. Fellow Sacktown, Cali person, and now worldwide. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let me know what you're thinking tonight because, before I forget, it's Friday Night Live. And I always forget to tell you to please smash the like button. Why? So we can tell the YouTube gods that we have people in the house. So I'm going to go through a few other things, and then I'm going to probably put on the new SSN Lifestyle video. It's not new. You guys just heard music only. I added a voiceover. Yes, I'm doing the production on this. I just got tired. I went to Fiverr, had them guys try to do something. I didn't like it. So I said, you know what? I'll just do it myself. So we'll see how you guys like my production on the SSN Lifestyle video coming out. Like I said, I've been trying to have it all ready Friday, but it's okay. Things take time, so it'll be on Monday when founders will be able to actually buy in if you would like to be a founder of SSN Lifestyle. Now, speaking of inspirations, I'm going to give you guys some stories. So I'll give you two stories. One story is going to be on why I started Stop Struggling Now. That's what inspired me. Something inspired me to start Stop Struggling Now YouTube channel and properties. So the other thing I'll give you a little inspiration was around 2003 when I was going shopping for my daughters. Most parents are in Toys R Us. Now remember, Toys R Us of all places. And let me welcome some people into the live stream. Wilson Koo with the icon next to his name. Thank you so much for being here. Good evening, Mr. Bird and SSN family. I appreciate you being here, Wilson Koo, and welcome to the Friday night live stream. All right, so I'm at Toys R Us in 2003, December 2003, that is. So I walk into the place. Now, I don't like getting just toys, right? So I don't get just toys for my daughters because I want them to think, psychologically and keep their minds working. So I'm in there and I'm thinking, you know what, let's see. Okay, so I can't figure out anything. So I asked one of the guys in there, I say, hey, what's the hottest item selling this during Christmas? And let's welcome everybody else into the house. What's up, Eric? DJ Robbie D from Philly's in the house with the icon next to his name. Thank you so much for that. And welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream. I appreciate it. What's up, Eric? Thank you so much for being here. Victor Marrero with the icon next to his name as well is in the house. He says it. Hello, all. And his usual tagline, let's do this. That's what we do around here. We do this. All right. And here we got Brian P. Welcome to the Friday night live stream as well. Hey, Eric, good day. All right. Yes. So I asked him, what's the hottest thing this season in 2003? You know what he responds with? Unbelievably, he says to me, I'm in shock to this day when he says poker chips. And I was like, what are you talking about, poker chips? That's ridiculous. Kids at 17, 16, 14, whatever, what do they need with poker chips? He's like, well, haven't you heard? Don't you know? This guy named Chris Moneymaker, he doesn't play professional poker, and he ended up winning the World Series of Poker for millions of dollars. Now, needless to say, I don't watch TV, and I didn't play poker at that time. So I was sitting there like, okay, that's pretty interesting. So I'm in the back of my head, I'm an entrepreneur. When you're looking for opportunities, you figure out how to make them work. So anyhow, I don't get anything at the Toys R Us. I go somewhere else and get my daughters, whatever. So now I'm sitting at my house, and all of a sudden I said, you know what? Let me go see what this is all about. Well, plastered all over the internet is some unknown who doesn't play professional poker wins the World Series of Poker in 2003 named Chris Moneymaker. All right. So I'm sitting there like, okay, what's going on? So I start looking around. I see like online poker rooms that did not exist. All of a sudden they started existing online, and they pay people. Just like when we have affiliate links now, you send somebody to a poker room and they pay you. And it could be like $100, $200 just for a person signing up and putting in $50 or $20, whatever it was, as long as they loaded some money on, they'd pay you $100 or $200. So when I found that out, and it's the hottest thing, I didn't know how to really play poker. I knew how to play. I knew the poker hands, but I played just for fun and games, but it wasn't professional. So then what did? I said, well, since I don't know how to play poker, wouldn't it make sense if I did a website that teaches people how to play poker? Thus, I made a website where people could learn how to play poker. Then you used to have forums. They still have forums now. And then I would get like professional guys to actually come in and talk, or come in and leave little articles or messages on how to play hands and things of this nature. So now I'm learning, the people on the website's learning. And then when they go sign up for a poker room, I get paid. And then it started growing. And then, of course, I got pretty good pretty fast because ours already up. I wasn't starting from scratch. So at the time when we started, not that many people really knew how to play poker. They just were playing it because of this moneymaker guy. So 2004, 2005, 2006 was when most people were learning. So there was a lot of fish in the sea. So I turned that into an economic advantage. And then it grew to 3,000 people, 4,000 people. Then poker rooms would give us free tournaments or give us software so we could run our own tournaments. Then we would have people come in. Then we would have pros playing. Then we would have Hold'em radio. And then it just ballooned into something astronomical. And that's how I ended up playing professional poker for about 4 years. All right. So that's how it goes. What inspires you? It was just simply because I was sitting there with my daughter trying to find something for my daughters. All right. So let me know what inspires you to do what you do every day. Good evening, Eric and SSN Nation from Diesel Mike with the icon next to his name. Welcome to the SSN Friday night live stream. Thank you so much for being here, Diesel Mike. I appreciate it. Juvie Lovers in the house as well with the icon next to his name. Sup, SSN family. That's right, Juvie Lover. SSN family in the house. Thank you so much for being here on the SSN Nation Friday Night Live. If you guys missed that opening sequence with Adrian Bankert, I'm probably going to play it in another 5 to 10 minutes so you guys can see it's the inspirational talk. Some of you who are on the social media platforms such as Instagram, such as our Facebook page, you might have seen this video before. But I'm still going to play it because I edited a little bit, put some music in it, but it's still the same video. And then I give an intro because a lot of people has never seen the woman and doesn't know anything about her, but they might have seen her on Good Morning America. So I'm going to play that in a second. So that was one of the reasons that it inspired me to do something, because as an entrepreneur, I sat right there and said, well, wait a minute, how many people are actually into this and what's going on? And it was a revolution at the time. But for the United States government, get this, the land of the free, because the online poker rooms were offshore, meaning outside of the United States. So that means USA citizens were putting their money into these poker rooms in Costa Rica and Malta, into European countries, Spain, Italy, things like that. They shut it off. They put a code in where you can't use your credit card, you can't use a debit card, nor can you use a bank account. They made it illegal, called the UIGEA law. That's right. You can bet on horse racing online, internationally, but as a United States citizen, you cannot play online poker. They blocked it. All right. So that is what the death knell was in 2008, 2009 for playing online poker in the confines of your house, because you'd be able to put up 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tables and play like up to, well, some people could play more than 8 tables at once. So you could be playing 3 tournaments, 2 cash games at the same time. And the thing is, when you play professional poker in a poker room, 1 hour, you only get dealt on average around 22 to 25 hands. Whereas when you play online, you're getting dealt almost 50 hands per hour. So if you're able to play 3, 4, 5, 6 tables, now you can start multiplying your numbers, because if you're a winner on 1 table live, imagine if you're a winner on 6 tables or 5 out of 6 tables. Now you are making a hell of a lot more money, right? So that's what was going on at the time. So let me know what inspires you every day. Robbie D from Philly. I'm inspired by seeing people enjoying themselves and dancing to music and smiling. I guess that's why he's the DJ. Robbie D from Philly. That's what he's doing, going for what inspires him. That is one of the things that I actually made a video on this past week. Happiness. Because if you're happy what you're doing and you get to make money, what like DJ Robbie D from Philly's doing, can't get any better than that. You don't have to pay me a gazillion dollars if I'm happy doing what I want to do and I'm making money to support my family and lifestyle. You can take a little bit less and then you can work your way up, or you can try to always hit the home runs on your salaries and what you're making contract wise, but you know how it goes. That's what we're talking about. Glad to hear this. Victor Marrero, inspirations, thing, learning a new skill and being able to share with others. People, military servicemen, servicewomen, and all first responders for sacrificing so much on our behalf. That's right. Exactly. Thank you so much for sharing that. Learning a new skill and being able to share with others. That's exactly why I kind of started to Stop Struggling Now, because there's a whole lot of people, as Marrero knows, that are I'll call it financial literacy, for instance, what we talk about a lot here. They don't teach it in school. When you go to college, they try to avoid that. They'll have an economics class, they'll have things like that, but they're not sitting there telling you, hey, you know what, where you need to go to get that seed money for a corporation that you want to start. They're not talking like that until you get into upper levels, or you got to go to a Stanford, a Harvard, a Yale, a Princeton, some place that has these type of classes on board where they're actually showing you, and they bring in some people who might be buying into your company. So again, that's why learning new skills is always thing. That means you can always evolve. So if you're inspired, then that's a good thing, because that means you're always going to learn. That means you're always going to be evolving. And that means you can always adapt to almost any situation. So that's a beautiful thing right there. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So speaking of the inspiration touched upon with Marrero, learning new skills and being able to share with others, that was basically part of why I started the Stop Struggling Now Nation. Because I was sitting here for, ever since YouTube, Instagram, and all that, I ignored them all. Pretty much, I was just on Facebook. I didn't care about none of these social media things, because to me, it seems like there was a whole bunch of people acting like clowns, doing crazy stuff, faking, lying to people, telling them, you can make $1 million, make $500,000, $1,000 a day, buy my course. And I'm sitting there like, this, what they're telling people is just out and out lies. How they're making their money is selling you something. They're not making money from what they're telling you that they're making it. They're selling you something so you give them money. So I said, you know what? I got to do the Stop Struggling Now to let people know how this really goes. So, we do the real in the field around here. We keep it 100. There's none of this sugarcoating. There's none of this stuff where we're going to talk about you're going to be making $1,000 per day. That's not how it works. You have to build up to that. You have to start with something. You're going to have to start with some tool or some knowledge, some information. You just can't read a course and go, okay, I'm going to make $1,000 a day today or $500 a day today. That's not how it works. But a lot of people believe that's how it works. And so they're willing to spend $500 on a course, $250 on a course. What do I used to see? $97 on this, $497 on that, $999 on that, $2,000 on that. And then I need a coach for this and that and the other. I'm like, wait a minute, this is ridiculous. It's not really that hard, which is part of the inspiration and motivation for what you do. Because if you're motivated and inspired by what you do, then is it really a job? Because then you don't mind doing 10 hours a day, right? If you like what you're doing, time just flies, because you're not really looking at a clock like at a job where you don't really want to be at the job, and you're looking like, is it 5 yet? Is it my time off yet? You're not looking like that. You're just going, okay, this is what I like to do. So if it takes me 12 hours, I'll do it. If it takes me 5 hours, good. It doesn't matter. You're not looking. You look at things a little bit differently. And let's talk about stress levels. If you like what you're doing and you enjoy what you're doing and you're happy with what you're doing, then your stress levels come down. All right? Because health is wealth. Stress levels kill you. It deteriorates your body because your body's in a state of stress, and people don't realize this, and they think they're fine, but that's because they are acting a normal way every day. When you go do something and you're under stress, you don't realize how much stress you're under. So that changes everything when you're doing what you want to do. Wake up when you want to wake up, go to bed when you want to go to bed, and you still have money in the bank. That changes everything. All right, let's go. What inspires me is creating generational wealth, not just for me, but those coming behind me. Diesel Mike, thank you so much. That is exactly it as well. Because that's exactly one of the things. He can be inspired for that. He's working towards that. So he's looking for the information on how to create generational wealth. So once he gets the information, then he can say, okay, I can go for that golden dream. And he's going to be very happy about it, because that's what he was trying to do. That's exactly the way I look at it. And I'm pretty sure that's what he's thinking. He's going, well, I want to do generational wealth. How do I do this? Number one, any assets that you have, place in a trust. That's number one. I'm skipping to the end of the line. They always tell people who don't have money, they tell you what? Go get a will. Fill out a will. Come on. I'm going to tell you, I'm a bad guy, right? I'm a bad guy. I'm a rich guy. I'm a lawyer. I'm a judge. I'm the system in the government. If I'm in the bad guy system in the government, what am I going to tell everybody? I'm going to say write a will. I ain't going to tell you to do a trust. Why would I tell you to do that? You write a will, and I'm just going to sit back and wait for you to show up in probate court. And when you show up in probate court, guess what's going to happen? In case you don't know, there's going to be people coming out of the woodwork whenever there's somebody that has assets, family members, long lost cousins. Everybody comes out of the woodwork trying to lay claim to the assets. Under a will, that means you have an asset argument in court called probate. You think the lawyers are going to charge you $50 an hour? I don't think so. Every time you show up to court, they're trying to get that $300 to $700 to $1,000 per hour. But don't worry, they're going to bill you. And then the judge is going to go, oh, thank you for showing up today. I see we have a dispute here. That means see me in 3 months, 6 months from now, because then we're going to talk about who's all eligible to be in this thing. Now they come to court again. 2 lawyers, 3 lawyers, or the law firm comes. Another 2, 3 Gs. And you got to talk to them some more too. So now what happens? Judge says, oh, wow, I see we got 5 people in here. Some people might have to take DNA tests. Now, see you in 6 months from now. Now a year goes by. Those assets, who's paying for them? Who's paying the bills for that stuff? People are going to start being a little pissy. Somebody's going to do the upkeep. That's why they tell you to always do a will. You should have a trust. All right? You guys can search the channel. I've talked about trust before. All right? Revocable trust. Live in revocable trust. You can do those. All right? But that's only things that are paid off free and clear. You can't put like a car that you have a payment on into a trust. It has to be free and clear. All right? And that's how you protect it from any probate, because it bypasses it. In the state of Florida, another way to bypass land or property is you have to have, let's call it Diesel Mike. Let's say we're related. Diesel Mike and Eric Bird's related. And either one of us, we say, hey, you know what? When you pass away, you get it. Okay, that's our agreement. We don't have to put it in a will. We don't have to put it in a trust, because in the state of Florida, as long as you put both Diesel Mike and Eric Bird joint tenants with right of survivorship, it's a wrap. Whoever passes away first gets the property. The person living keeps the property without going through will, without going through probate, without needing it in a trust. All right. So there's lots of states like that. But the key word phrasing is joint tenants with right of survivorship. So then all you need is the death certificate, post that up with the deed, and now it's transferred to the person that's still remaining alive. It's that simple. They don't try to tell you these kind of things, right? That is one of those things. So when your parents get older, they don't have a trust, they don't have a will, and they have property that's deeded to them, and they didn't deed it to anybody else with joint tenants or right of survivorship. That's a probate scenario. You follow what I'm saying? And money's going to be doled out during probate, and 2-3 years can go by. 4, I know people that have 5 years in probate and thousands of dollars. And in the end, they have to sell the property because of the money owed to the court system and the lawyers. All right? This is why I rock with you. You tell the truth and don't ask for anything. Thank you so much, Robbie D. I humbly appreciate that. That's what we're doing here. I'm not just a DJ. I work in the finance department at the University of Penn Health System during the day. 22 years. I've been a musician and DJ for over 30 years. Oh, he's in the Penn Health System. Way to go, man. Glad to hear that. He's got his retirement situation handled because they have pensions in their system. So that's a good thing. So he's making that extra money, socking some away, has his day job, just the best 2 things that you can do. That's what I like to hear. He is motivated. And like I said, got to give him a shout out to DJ Robbie D from Philly. If y'all need a DJ out there, you got to get him. All right. So that's what we're talking about. And I thank you so much for that comment as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got it in. Please smash that like button. All right. So we got the YouTube algorithm gods because, they like that suppression. They don't like this truthful information. They want me to do some dancing and singing and telling you guys some misinformation. But we're not doing that around here. All right. So I'm going to play the inspirational video by Adrienne Bankert. A lot of you've never heard of her, which is understandable because some people were never up in the morning watching Good Morning America or ABC News and things like that, right? So I'm going to play this right now. So I'm going to go off screen for a second. Let me see how I'm going to do this, but it'll show up behind
Hey guys, it's Adrienne Bankert. This is for my Stop Struggling Now members, aka the Stop Struggling Now Nation. I want you to be reminded of your inherent worth tonight, okay? A diamond doesn't have to do anything to be valuable. A diamond doesn't have to work, doesn't have to impress anyone. It just sits there and shines, whether it's in a ring or a watch or a necklace or a pair of earrings. It's just there, and it has this worth we attribute to it. And you are like that diamond. If you never did another thing, there's something rarefied about you because we've never seen you before in any time in history, and we'll never see another you for the rest of all time, for infinity and beyond. So don't be afraid of doing the inner work. Don't be anxious or frustrated when you see something that you need to improve upon, when you need a little added polish, right? You are still valuable. You're still a treasure. Keep learning, stay motivated, remain a student, stay teachable and humble, and remember, always be kind.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me know what you thought about that. I know some of you have seen that before, but I doctored it up a little bit. I put in her book. She has a book, The Hidden Superpowers, something of that nature. You can find that on Amazon or any bookstore probably. It's been out for probably about maybe a year. I don't know. But she does book signings, just like Miss 24 Streams of Income. And, of course, she's very inspirational. And she tries to help people. And this is one of her things. I'll give you guys a story. All right? I'll give you guys a story in a second. Let's see. Victor Marrero, potential investment opportunity. A Crystal Lagoon project is coming to Kissimmee, very close to Disney. It is all over the papers and YouTube. That's correct. That's exactly right. I saw that. Every time Crystal Lagoons comes out with a new project, the guys at the beach post it up on their Instagram channel. And that's where I saw it. They actually have a video of, I guess, some sort of video. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was talking about Orlando. So these little lagoons, it's a thing, ladies and gentlemen, where you're able to create your own lake, just like Disney. Disney was way ahead of their time when they were creating lakes, but they were using lakes where they would have water coming in. These guys are actually just making a lake in the middle of wherever they want. That changes the whole game. And these lakes aren't small. So that's the beauty of it. Yeah, I think, Crystal Lagoons also, they're like expanding. They're in like Spain and Italy. They're doing a whole bunch of damage. I love it because this is the vacation rental capital of the world is Orlando. Robbie D, that was awesome. Thank you so much, Robbie D. I appreciate that. Hopefully others liked it as well. And I appreciate that she did it like that. And it was pretty cool. So I got to give you guys a story. Some of you might have heard this before. I'm leaving out of Sacramento. And I guess I'll just say, okay, that day I'm in first class. So I'm sitting there leaving out, and this beautiful woman comes, sits next to me. Now, it's no big deal at that point. I'm sitting there like, okay, whatever. I'm minding my own business. So we get up in the air, and it's probably like 15, 20 minutes in, and probably the drink people came by, you know, giving us whatever we want to drink. And so, of course, they have to cross over and they're saying, hey, you know, whatever, the flight attendants. So then finally she just says, hey, you know, what do you do, or something like that. And at the time I was like, I didn't know how to respond. I was like, well, I do whatever I want to do. I mean, that's how I actually answer all the time. So then I was heading to Florida, I think. No, I was going to, in fact, I know where I was going. I was going to New Orleans. All right. So, you know, I was, you know, she's like, well, what are you doing in New Orleans? And I think it was like Mardi Gras or something. So anyhow, so we start talking at that point, you know. She's just like, well, I do something with some station, news station. And I used to be on Channel 3 in Sacramento. Now, I don't watch the news in Channel 3, so I didn't know who she was. Never seen the woman before, but apparently she was on Channel 3. So we're talking, and then she goes, well, what do you like to do, or something like that? And I said, well, you know, I just do whatever I want. If somebody needs a little help, I try to help them out. She starts talking about, oh, I'm trying to do a charity, and the way you talk, I want to do this, these type of motivational speeches and motivational talk to kids that are in high school. And I was like, okay, I'll come down, but I'm not sugarcoating. I mean, I'm not going to, you know, talk curse or anything. But I said, if you want a motivational guy that wants to sugarcoat and make it seem like everything's fine, I'm not that guy. She's like, oh, yeah, I can tell by the way we've been talking. So I was like, anytime you want me to come and talk in front of some kids and help them, because kids are being taught the opposite of what they should be doing. They're just telling them to get their A, B's, and C's, not telling them to learn about economics, get their math right, financial literacy. And especially when she started saying it was in minority areas in the city that I won't name the city, although I can. At the time, she was in Dallas, an anchor or on the news station in Dallas, Texas. So I said, yeah, I'll come down to Texas or whatever and help you out whenever you need it. And you don't have to pay me or nothing. She's like, what? For real? She's like, I'm trying to create a, what do you call it, nonprofit, and that would be awesome. And that's how our conversation went. And that's pretty much how it ended, other than when she left and stopped in Texas. So anyhow, that's how there's a connection with her. All right. Key Militant, welcome to the SSN Nation Friday Night Live. Thank you so much for being here. How are you, my brother? You changed my life. Thank you very much. Key Militant, thank you so much, man. I am so happy to hear that. But you know what the real deal is? You actually changed your life because you're actually listened. A lot of people will hear things, they will listen to it, but they will not act upon it, because the next thing you have to do is act. It's one thing to hear it, one thing to get motivated, one thing to say, yes, I can do it. But it's another thing to pick your feet up or pick your fingers up or start walking towards that goal that you always wanted to do. So I got to commend you. The young man has put forth an effort to learn, and now he's saying that this information has helped him out and changed his life. So this is very, very powerful, and I'm very happy to hear this. Thank you so much for making that comment. All right. So again, this is why we're here, ladies and gentlemen, because Stop Struggling Now Nation is designed to help people, and we're not trying to get over on people. We're trying to give you the best information possible, and this is also why we're having the SSN Lifestyle coming out, because SSN Lifestyle is going to expand. Now, it's going to be the freebie train is over on that scenario, because that is a money-making type operation that's going to happen with SSN Lifestyle, because you can refer other people. You can get paid commission. You can refer other people, not for sign up. Yes, sign up too. I shouldn't say not for sign up, but this is going to require people to sign up in part of the SSN Lifestyle membership. All right. So you're going to be able to refer other people, just like you refer people right now. Some of you refer to Amazon. Some people you refer to eBay. Some people refer to movie tickets. I mean, you refer people to a lot of things. This is one of those things. So like, for instance, In fact, I meant to put something up here. Oh, I like this name right here. Before I look at this, I like this name, Billionaire XL. Welcome to the SSN Nation live stream on the Friday night. Billionaire XL, I love that name. Hello. Thank you so much for being here. And I should have mentioned this. Anybody wants to go to Hawaii last minute? This is part of SSN Lifestyle, for instance. This is last minute. I mean, like, oh, well, I can't do it now. I should have did a special promo last night. But this is like last minute, like today. But I'm going to give you guys an idea of what we're talking about. I've done this before. If I would have given this to you yesterday, you guys are going to die about this. Kahana Beach, oceanfront studio. This is in Maui, okay? Kahana Beach in Maui. In fact, I'm going to show you where this is because you guys are going to be like, he's not kidding. It really is on the beach. So we're going to go look this up in a short second. I'm going to show you where it is. But let me give you the price. All right? Kahana Beach Resort. I got to go pull this up on the Google so you guys will see. In fact, let me see if they have a website. Oh, they do have their own website. Okay. I don't know if they're going to show this. But let's pull it up. Let's go look. So anyhow, here's the price. $6.99 for the week, ladies and gentlemen. You heard me. $100 a night. It's a studio unit, but nonetheless, it would have been for, it would have been for today through, today through the 16th, a week. $6.99 for a week. All right. Let's go look at this. Here we go. I'll show you where it is. Literally, right here. Nothing fancy, but this is a studio unit, full kitchen, but on the beach. You come downstairs, you're literally right by the beach. And by the way, hold on. Let me see if they actually show anything. Yeah, there's a pool. Okay. Right here. What they don't show you is there's literally a park right where the New Year's Eve sign is. There's a park right here. All right. So a park meaning picnic tables, barbecue grills, things like that. But you're right here, and this is Maui. This is in, is it Kahana? Yeah, it is Kahana. All right. And right next door is Sands of Kahana, which members of SSN Lifestyle will have access to that. Actually, members of SSN Lifestyle is going to have access to Kahana Beach. They have access to Sands of Kahana, and you're also going to have access to, back here is called Kahana Villa Resort. Also, Sands of Kahana has 2 bedrooms. This place, Kahana Beach, has studios and 1 bedrooms. So this just gives you an idea. But again, $699, ladies and gentlemen, for the week. I'll give you one that you guys might be interested in. Let's see. Labor Day weekend, Labor Day week. 1 bedroom also in Maui schooner. $1,099. You know what's funny? 1 bedroom, Kuleana Beach Club, also $1,099. December 24th through the 31st. These are some of the things that SSN Lifestyle will have. All right, so just give you an idea. This is Hawaii. So some people of one person on the SSN Nation wanted to go to Hawaii cheap. Well, it can't get much cheaper than that. All right. That's the accommodations, of course. $100 a night. You can't get much cheaper than that. All right. And quite frankly, I got to tell you guys something. So in SSN Lifestyle, that will possibly be available for you on your page, whereas you could offer that to somebody else. And if they sign up, you will receive commission. So you see, it's not that you actually have to go out and do something. Somebody else could actually find it on your website, self-replicated website, and you get commission. The person that referred you gets commission. So it has nothing to do with signing other people up. That's the whole point, right? That's how you have an ecosystem. This is just one of the things. All right. So that's how we're going to do it. Make sure you let me know what I need to do to get locked in. SSN Lifestyle. My anniversary is in September. There you go, Robbie D. That's what we're talking about. That's how you make plans in advance, especially when you know it's $100, $150 a night and you're staying in a 1-bedroom by the beach. That's where everybody wants to stay. In case you guys don't understand about vacation rentals, let's think about it. All the people listening right now, what's the first question when you go to an island or when you go to some place like Florida or even any of the Gulf states or even any coastal states? The first question, that's when somebody says, hey, come along with us, your first questions are, how close is it to the beach? That's usually the number one question. So anyhow, that's just a part of something, and there'll be more coming out. The Founders Club, I won't talk about that tonight. Let's stick with inspiration, because that is the inspiration and motivation. I'll give you guys the extracurricular on this. Why? You now know why I started Stop Struggling Now. But now you're going to find out why I started SSN Lifestyle. And the reason I started SSN Lifestyle is because, think about it. Everybody talks about how you can make money, what you can do, but they don't actually have a vehicle for you to do it. It's the vehicle that they usually have is that buy my book, buy my course, come to the webinar, come to my seminar. That is their extent of how they help you. They don't really help you any further than that, but you're paying them a lot of money continually for the help, right? So now they give you a book and say, okay, good luck. And then they say, well, if you want to learn some more, then you're going to have to come back to some extended classes and pay us some more money, or however they keep, basically taking your money along the way for the ride. So what I'm trying to say is, with SSN Lifestyle, yes, you're going to have to pay some money, but you're also going to be able to make some money, get some financial literacy going, also have an investment going on, because every time you sign somebody up, that's actually going to be an investment long term. So what I'm trying to say is you still will be making money, because there's a certain thing that I'm going to be doing that's going to allow that to occur. So that is the beauty of it. So it's not like most companies that people are familiar with. Most people are familiar with network marketing. You sign up people, you receive a commission, but now that person has to stay in paying monthly, or you have to sign up more people for you to get more commission. That's a drag, because you can only sign up so many people. The average amount of people that a person's able to sign up in a network marketing or referral type marketing program is 1.6. That's it. And there's literally 0.001% of the network marketers, the tops, 0.001 are the ones that make the most money. 99.9% do not make any money. And that's why there's always a crash and burn, because you're not able to sign up unlimited amount of people. So it's beautiful if you don't have to sign up people and you still make money. That is the game changer, right? And if you do sign up people or refer other people, now it's nice to know that you may have a check coming in for as long as SSN Lifestyle exists. Okay? That is the beauty of what I'm doing. It's a game changer. I know the government doesn't like it, but they're going to have to deal with it, because it is not illegal. That's all I can say. So I'm setting it up because most companies will not do this. The owners of companies always want to have that, that house on the beach or that house on the golf course, and it's got to be thousands of square feet and all that. So they're spending all the money. But think about if all these owners, instead of buying a $2 million house or a $5 million house or whatever, and they just kept it in the company and they were willing to share it with the company's members, that changes everything, right? That's how I think about it. So no, I won't be buying a $5 million, $1 million, $3 million house on the golf course, on the lake, on the water, nothing like that. All right. Them days are over. It's not going to happen. All right. It's cool, but I don't have 10 people living with me. I don't have 5 people living with me. You know what I'm saying? So no need for that extracurricular space. Not going to happen. So I'm willing to put it back in the company. Why? because it inspires me to help other people. I'm not sitting here trying to keep all the money to myself. All right. That's how it's going to work. Just to give you guys an idea. All right. Let's go. Let's see. Shopping cart trick is something everything needs to implement. It's golden. Key Militant, I'm so happy that the shopping cart trick worked for you. That means you got your credit going. It's clicking every month. And in case anybody hasn't heard, Wells Fargo started reducing everybody's credit limits. They reduced them. They started, in fact, some people they just removed outright. You guys know I talked about this a year ago, that there's going to be a credit crunch. In fact, a lot of you I talked about earlier this year when I said, you know what, we can't keep talking about credit because credit is going to it's going to be crunched down. This happens every time there's an economic slowdown or economic difficulties with a country. The first thing that they start doing is restricting credit. Why? Because they have liabilities. They want to reduce their liability for people defaulting. All right. So it's only natural that that's going to happen. Interest rates start going up. They start reducing people's credit limits or lines of credit individually and also business wise sometimes as well. So you don't want to be wrapped up in that. So that's why I've been telling everybody this year, get your assets because your assets are going to be more powerful than credit. All right. And if you can get assets without using your credit, all the better. And that's why we've been talking about pre-construction condos for the last 6-7 months. All this is how it's going to work out, ladies and gentlemen, with regard to reducing credit. Credit facilities are going to start being reduced. It's going to be a crunch. And all those people that don't have the revenue to pay for that credit, they're going to lose it. All right. That's how it's going to work. This is already a pre-programmed situation. This happens all the time. 8 to 10 to 12 years. All the time. It's just that you come out of it in one year, 2 years, and then it starts going upside again. So people forget about it. Just like a woman that has birth, she forgets about all the pain. The next time she has another child, it's similar to that. When we have an economic downturn, people seemingly forget about it. 20 years ago, the dot-com bust. People forgot all about it now because Amazon, Tesla, all these companies, Nvidia and all this, you could have invested 20, 30, 50 bucks, and now these things are $400, $500, $600, $800 a share. People forget all about it. People forget all about the crisis that happened in 2007, 2008, 2009, when a large percent of the population lost their homes and couldn't get financed for nothing. And nobody cared at the time. But obviously, in 3 years later, home prices started increasing again. Everything started going well. Stock market started going up for the last 10 years. So people forget all about it. And here we are again. Same thing's going to happen again. They're going to reduce your credit. Then after they open up the floodgates where people cannot get forbearances anymore and you can evict people, now all of a sudden there's going to be millions of homes on the market. And that's why you need the duffel bag of cash if you want to participate to get some homes. We're going to be a renter nation. All right. A lot of people are going to have to rent. That's how it's going to be. So if you're holding the property that people have to rent, then that means you're going to have revenue coming in. That means you almost get to be king of your domain. All right. Okay, Robbie D, make sure you let me know what I need to do to get locked into the SSN lifestyle. No problem. Crystal Lagoon. That's it exactly. Crystal Lagoon, Orlando. And in case people aren't familiar with Crystal Lagoon, maybe you are familiar with Lake Nona. Maybe you will be familiar with the beach in Punta Cana. They have a Crystal Lagoon set up. There's also a place in Texas, I just don't remember where it is in Texas, that also has Crystal Lagoons. And it's already in. So I'm going to show you guys what's going on with the Crystal Lagoon, so you can see it for yourself. This is it. Or this is one project. I don't know which one this is, but this is man-made Crystal Lagoon. I don't know. They never say how deep this is. They never say anything. I'm assuming it's probably, I don't think they're going to be that deep. 6 feet, maybe 3 feet. I don't know. But this one's in Lake Nona. So there you go. Texas, 22 states. So 110 project. These guys are moving forward. This is awesome. They're saying this is going to be 15 acres. The one in Punta Cana is not 15 acres. I can tell you that right now. From what I saw, it's not even going to be, if it's 1 acre, I'd be shocked. Just to give you an idea. Unlimited sizes. So Lake Nona, that's pretty cool because Lake Nona is in a different section in Orlando. That's awesome. I like it. It's going to be beautiful. So again, here's the thing. Once again, you have the hospitality industry. You have the vacation rentals. You have the vacation industry putting in more amenities. This is key. Orlando's already one of the top destinations in all of the world for visitors. By them putting in more and more amenities, that just gets all the people who said, well, I'm not going to go to Disney. I'm not going to go to Universal. But you know what? I'm not going to the beach. But that Crystal Lagoon place, I'll go hang out there. And then I can go down to my other favorite locations in Orlando that I like to go visit, right? SeaWorld, let's say. So they go, I'm going to go to SeaWorld, and then after SeaWorld, we're going to go to Crystal Lagoons. Now, Crystal Lagoons charges. Just keep in mind, I think in Texas, I believe it's like $14, $10 a person. It's not cheap. So Orlando, it fits right in their pocket. Orlando is not cheap to begin with, so they know people will spend $15, $20, $25 for it. All right, per person. They know that. So it's going to be pretty sweet. I'm sure that's going to be one of their best ones with plenty of amenities. I'm sure they're going to have restaurants on board. I'm pretty sure they're going to have rentals for all the kayaks, the sailing type kayaks, all that. So it's going to be pretty awesome. Right on. I will email you tomorrow. Okay, Robbie D, no problem. Yep, I'll let you in. For the SSN Lifestyle, Founders Club is up first. We're going to be in pre-launch for about 4 months, but it'll be moving along. But the Founders Club is up first. You'll be able to use, like I said, credit card. You won't have to do crypto. I had to nixay the crypto because crypto, the programming for the coins that I was going to try and do the coins where everybody got paid based on the membership. I can't do it. It's not implemented yet. So might have to wait 2 or 3 years, but I still have something else going on with tokens. So it's all good. But it's not what I wanted to originally do. So people are going to be able to sign up the old-fashioned way. It'll just be a simple PayPal link or a Square where you can use your credit card or you can use a debit card or you can use whatever to sign up. All right? So we'll make it happen. All right. So that is part of the inspiration and motivation for me for the SSN Lifestyle is because I want people to be able to make money after they put in the work. Like I'm saying, when you I refer somebody to, let's say, Credit Strong. Okay, fine. Credit Strong cuts me a check. Fine. But now I have to refer another person. I don't get to participate in anything that the person that I referred to does. So if they go and buy one of their programs, whether it's the $5,000 Credit Strong bundle pack, I don't get anything for that, right? And I don't get anything if they decide to put if they come up with any new products like the business credit. They came out with that $10,000 business credit, and the person that's already signed up that I referred now says, wait, I have an EIN number. I have a business. Let me do the business trade line. Now I don't get anything for that either, for the one-time check. I don't think that's fair. I understand what I signed up for, but me as the CEO of SSN Lifestyle, I don't think it's fair. I think if you refer somebody to the company, whether they sign up or whether they buy some products or services, then you should continue to get paid. As long as that person is active, I don't see any reason why the company should keep all the money. I think you should be paid. So this is what motivates me. So I'm making my company where if somebody says, hey, I signed up because I wanted to be a member and get some of these discounts and get some of these special deals you guys got going on, but hey, I'm referred somebody else to go stay in Hawaii for a week for $1,099. I think you should get a check for that. It has nothing to do with signing up another person, but you brought another customer to the platform and you said, hey, so I think you should get paid for that. That person signs up for that. Then if they sign up and want to become a member of SSN Lifestyle, you get a check for that too. You should get a check every time the person that you refer does something. You shouldn't be a one-time payment. And furthermore, like I said already, the game changer is the fact that you signed up somebody to be in the membership. I think that's major. The fact that you actually spent your time. Who knows how long it takes to sign up and how many people you might want to talk to or promote to, and you're spending time and energy. People should be paid for their time and energy, especially if somebody commits and says, I want to sign up. I think you should have little kibbles and bits coming to you for a long time. That's how I feel about it. All right. Not everybody can sign up 20, 30, 50 people. But even if you sign up 1, 2, 3 people, you should still have a little check coming to you every month. That's how I feel about it. And we're going to make it happen. And there's no we. I'm going to make it happen. All right. I'm spearheading this. All right. Let's go. I will email you tomorrow. Okay. Did you know Wyndham started building a resort in Punta Cana past the Hard Rock? God dog it. Yeah. Wyndham. Yeah. They're one of the largest hotel chains in America. People don't know that Wyndham is also a timeshare company. So therefore they have the best of both worlds. Wyndham owns like Days Inn. I don't know. It's a whole bunch. Super 8s. They have a ton that it's hidden. People don't realize it. So this is no surprise. And I'll be willing to bet you that they're going to make it a timeshare hotel, because this way they get the timeshare owners to pay the expenses for the property. I'll be betting my last dollar on this, because that's how they do it. All right. They sell memberships. There'll be $20-some thousand for some points. And then the owners never be able to stay there, because the points mean anybody can make reservations at any time. So all the best dates are already taken a year in advance. So, yeah, that's no shocker. And Hilton's already there. Marriott is coming. They're already there also in certain areas. All the big boys that are in the timeshare industry, this is a golden opportunity for them, because right here, he just said it's $60 million initial investment. That's chump change to these guys. So, hey, they know. And in fact, in case you guys want to do real estate investing, we've been talking about Punta Cana area, because this is the upscale area they're making specifically for tourism. They're making this specifically for the tourists. Punta Cana, there's an airport, and it sounds like Wyndham is going to make themselves closer to that airport that they're building north of Macau. So now that whole area, Macau and Hard Rock and all that, is probably going to be halfway between one of those two airports that they're building. International airport, by the way, that's going to be up there. So all that territory that previously was going to waste now has value, because nobody really wanted to be 30 minutes away from the airport, right? 15, 20 minutes away, that's the sweet spot. But once you got about 30 minutes outside of that, on the other side of Macau, it's kind of like, well, there's nothing out here. So now they're expanding the coastline, and that just means everything becomes more valuable. All right. So, like I said, we've been talking about investing. You want to invest, get your assets where you need no credit, no qualifying, no nothing, but you do need revenue. Then what can we say? Pre-construction, Dominican Republic. The #1 tourist destination in the Caribbean is the Dominican Republic. Not just Punta Cana, in the whole of Dominican Republic. #1, 6.5 million visitors. They're already talking about 8 million to 8.5 million next year. That's coming to the island. Anybody that has their property built next year, they are going to benefit from this. Those of us who are going to be waiting 2 years, 2023, we're still going to be good. Hopefully the tourism is going to be 9 million. You know what I'm saying? Which it probably will be, because they're building 1 million plus worth of units. And out of those million, there's going to be a few 100,000 people that are going to live in their units. Not everybody's going to be renting their units out. So that means some people are coming there for business. There's new businesses going to be there. So people are going to live there. So now part of that tourism means their family's going to be visiting, other people going to be visiting that they didn't even count on. It's going to be a beautiful thing. All right. Just like in Tulum, Mexico, when they're building the Mayan train. Again, similar situation. If you can move thousands of people from one section, let's call it Cancun, and you can have them ride the train for, like, let's say an hour down to Tulum. Now people who are staying in Tulum can ride an hour and go up to Cancun. Now you made that whole corridor an area, and then you got them in between is Playa del Carmen. You have that whole corridor now. More people can fill up that corridor because they're like, oh, we don't have to rent a car. We don't have to do anything. We can just jump on this train, and it's going to take us wherever we need to go during the day. That's major for that peninsula. And there's like 8 other cities it stops at if you want to go on a day trip or something. That is major because now people on the other side that was in the Gulf section, like Merida, they're now being able to go over to Cancun and Tulum and all that during the day on the Mayan train. That's major because let's say you had 5,000, 10,000 people over there and you just had 1,000 people that wanted to go to Cancun that day. That's major. Gotta love it. Curtis Davis, Mr. Financial, is in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Friday Night Live Stream. I'm very happy to see you here. Hello. Thank you. Diesel Mike, since Sensatori just opened up last year in Punta Cana. I haven't heard of this Sensatori. That's pretty cool. Okay. We always like Sensatori. Sensatori Resort, Punta Cana. Let's go look at this. See what we got. Haven't heard of this location. Let's see. Luxury Resort and Spa, Punta Cana. Caras. Here we go. All inclusive. I don't know where this is, quite frankly, but the all inclusives have a lockdown on the beach. It's out of control. So let's see what it looks like. This looks sweet, just like all the all inclusives. Whoa. Oh, this almost looks like the one they're building that we were talking about the other night. It's almost the same format. If this is the one that we were talking about the other night, there's condos in here that they're doing pre-construction sales. It's similar to this where it has like the Y coming out from the beach. So pretty cool. Yeah, that look almost like it. No, that's not it exactly. So this is someplace different. I don't know where this is. Where this section of the beach that they have, but of course all the 2 pools, 7 restaurants, 6 bars, 1 spa, bike and running track, archery, kayak, scuba diving, dance lessons, cooking classes. Okay. You gotta love it. Gotta love it. Let's go look at something, shall we? Let's say you have 4 adults. Let's say we're going to go in the summertime, right? Let's go summertime. Let's go in a week or so. Let's say we're going to go the 16th. We're going to go for a week with our friends. Let's see what we got here. Whoa. All right. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can see these prices. This is middle of summer. This is $4,368. That's for a luxury double adults only. That's 2 double. Oh, no. We can't stay there. Yes, premium double suite. That's 2 beds in the same bedroom, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a premium swim up. Okay. Right here, this is all inclusive, right? Oh my goodness. This is I like to see this. I'm gonna have to tell you like it is. I like to see this, ladies and gentlemen. $4,500 for 2 beds. This is a studio unit with 2 beds. Not even a 1-bedroom, not even a 2-bedroom. And yes, you get to go to the restaurant. Victor Marrero, are you seeing this? The reason why I said Victor Marrero, because he owns in the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, which is also all-inclusive. He owns his condo on their compound. So if these guys are charging this much, we got to find out where they are, right? Ladies and gentlemen, this is turning into investing 101 right now. All right. This is investing 101. Okay, maybe there's something special going on next week. All right, let's find out, where is this? Let's go look on a map. We got to find out where this is. Okay. Okay, I don't. Oh, this is past Macau. This is past Macau. This is also where this airport is going to be, up here somewhere. I don't know where the airport is, but it's up this way somewhere. So they've already positioned themselves to be in an excellent location. And I like that $4,500 a night. I love the $4,500 a night. If you have property in Punta Cana area, you're going to love that. I love it. I'm going to tell you that right now. And Victor Marrero loves it as well. Because if you're at Vista Cana, which 20 plus people own in Vista Cana, and if you own in Cana Rock on the grounds of Hard Rock, you're loving this price. All right, I'm going to do something different. Let's do something totally different. Here we go. Rate starting from 1. Here we go. I'm going back in. Book by July 31st and travel by August 31st. Okay. Well, who wants to travel after the kids got to go? But let's just do a different date. How about this? I'm going to go. Let's go with their thing, okay? I'll go after. Oh, no, it was August 31st. Well, we'll go in August instead. And let's see if there's a price difference. Maybe there's something happening. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, they're not letting me go past 2 adults. Okay, so they're giving me, so something in August is different. But it's okay. Let's just see what the price is for sake of argument. Okay, family suite. So they do have a family suite in August. We don't want a premium double. Oh, that's a sofa sleeper then, right? Yeah, sofa sleeper, sofa bed. So we're looking at $430 a night. So let's see where we land. We're at $3,000. I still like this. All right? I still like $3,000. Whether it's $4,500 or $3,000, but this is right here is only a 1-bedroom. You cannot, well, it could have 4 adults, but for some reason they're not letting me book 4 adults. I like $3,000 as well. Okay? So we're still looking at, what is that? 400, 450 a night. I'm still liking that. So let me ask you guys something from Real Estate 101. Let me ask you something. If somebody's willing to pay $450 a night and all they get is a 1-bedroom unit, their kids have to stay in a sofa sleeper, and yes, all you can eat, you have amenities at the resort, that's fine, right? So now the question is, if you have a 1-bedroom condo and a sofa sleeper and you have just as many amenities as they have, would they stay at your place for $100, half the price, $199 per night? That's the question, right? We know you can buy 1-bedrooms under $100,000 in Punta Cana, right? $199 a night is $1,400 a week, so it's half the price of their $3,000. But now they actually have to go out and get something to eat. The question is, are they going to eat $200 a day while they're there? That's the question. Highly unlikely. All right. Now, in my case and in Marrero's case, Hard Rock Hotel is probably going to have a wristband for people who are staying at their condos. So they'll be able to go to Hard Rock and go hang out. But they're probably going to have to pay for stuff if they use their facilities for the food. But at Vista Cana, for instance, we have all the amenities that Sensatori has and Hard Rock. except we don't have a beach. So we have a built-in beach like the Crystal Lagoons. So will somebody still pay the $199? I think so, because you're going to have restaurants on site just like theirs, except you're going to have to pay. But you're not going to spend $200 a day, I don't believe. Plus, you don't have to. So now you have a kitchen and everything at your hotel. So therefore, all you have to do is go to the grocery store and buy food, and it's not going to cost you no $1,400 to stay there for a week for food. It might cost you $400, might cost you $300, but it's damn sure not going to cost you $1,400. All right. So there's going to be a breakdown. But for some people, they're going to go, hell, I'll stay at the 1-bedroom sofa sleeper condo with all these amenities, pay $1,400 and go from there. Because to get to $3,000 is a lot. That's a lot. You're going to have to spend basically $250 a day to make that happen. And that's highly unlikely. All right. So we'll see. Let me know what you guys think. All right. Sensatori, that was awesome. No doubt. Heck yes, I'm loving it. That's right. Victor Marrero's loving that one. Because anywhere he's up south of Sensatori, and if somebody wants to stay up that area, then his 2-bedroom just became a lot more valuable. If somebody's going to spend for a 1-bedroom $3,000 for a week, that's $400 a night, $450 or whatever it is. He surely can charge $300, right? So that's $2,100 a week. I know how much he paid for his property, but I'll take $2,100 a week on a 2-bedroom in the middle of summer, because that's $8,000 a month potentially. In theory, if 4 weeks, if we rent it out 100%. But let's just say we did half, $4,000 a month. I'll take that, and out of that, maybe I get $3,000 profit. Where do I sign up? And if I can average $3,000 a month profit every month for a 2-bedroom, where do I sign up? Because that ends up being $36,000 a year profit in my pocket for something that I bought for $200 and some thousand. So I'll take the 15% return on my money, and I own real estate, and the property value goes up. And if it goes up high enough, I'll refinance it and wash, rinse, and repeat and go buy another property. So now I have 2 properties that I'm making $36,000 a year. So now I'm making $72,000. You guys got to think about this. Be your own boss. That's how we do it. Also saw the new upscale subdivision at Vista Cana Sabana. For those equestrian sports lovers, you can pick a villa with your own horse stable on the back. I've never seen something so unique. Yeah, Victor Marrero, I don't know if you saw that. I think I did a video on Sabana. In fact, this right here, I just couldn't believe it. It's in the middle of, ladies and gentlemen, I'll explain. There's a gate. They're using renderings, but this is so different. They have a security gate. You roll in the security gate. When you roll in, you see their I call it a rodeo, but you see their equestrian center. You see the horse stables, and then they have a track that goes around that. And the track actually is because people have the barn backs up to the equestrian track that goes around the equestrian center, so people can actually ride their horses back to their house and put in their barn right there. And then, of course, they actually have other villas that are across the street from that. But it's very, very interesting. Sabana, I don't even know what it's called. It's Sabana Vista Cana. I'll just say Equestrian Center. I'm sure it's up by now because this is something new. And a lot of people, there's a member of Stop Struggling Now that actually bought there. He actually bought in Sabana. He's the one that told me all about it in the first place. He's like, yeah, I bought by the Equestrian Center. And I was like, what are you talking about? What Equestrian Center? And that is upscale. If anybody knows anything about equestrian centers, that usually mean horses are expensive. The upkeep of horses are expensive. So we're going to go look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This turns into a little inspirational real estate talk. Let's see. They have a website now. This is interesting. This is interesting here. This is what I'm referring to right here. I wonder if it's going to open up a separate page. Nope, it opened up the same. Here's what I saw before. This is what I saw. Look at this. Let me see if they actually show. Oh, they have more renderings. Okay, they've added. So this is where the security gate is, down here at the bottom. Right here is a security gate. So you roll in and you're already seeing this. This track is what I was talking about. See over here where the barn people live, have their horse, and then the barn's right here. They come across the track and they're here in the equestrian center. And they also have homes across the street, which I'm not going to play their renderings. But this is interesting here. Wherever there's equestrian centers, that's upscale. And that's why Marrero mentioned it. Let's see if we'll go further, because this is a new website for them. In fact, if anybody's interested, I'm going to put it in chat. I'll put it in chat so everybody can go there and check it out themselves if you're interested. They're not cheap either. You can expect that. Let's see. They don't have prices on here, but they're not cheap. 121, what's that, 1,300 square feet. 172, that's about 1,800 square feet. 209 is clearly 2,200, 2,300 square feet. They have lots there. This is interesting here. Yeah, this just came about in the last month or so. Now they have a website. They didn't have a website before. So very interesting. Very interesting. And in case you don't know what Vista Cana is not on the beach. So they created their own beach. All right. I'll show the master plan. And this is very interesting. Security, of course. They even have water there. This is awesome. Nice little place. Again, this is wild. This is wild to me. Who knew? I wanted to see the master plan. This isn't good enough. This is not good enough. I wanted to see the master plan. This is what I wanted to see. This is new. There's supposed to be a golf course out here too. But here's the lake, well, lakes. On the left side with the two islands is a freshwater lake that you can go fishing in. This here is the saltwater lake that has its own beach. So again, about 20 some members of SSN Nation own inside Vista Cana. Here's the ball fields right here. And then this right here is Panorama Lake. This right here is the only nighttime golf course in all of the Caribbean as we speak. When it comes, probably be sometime next year, they'll have that built out. But this will be the only nighttime golf course, 9-hole executive course. There's supposed to be a golf course out here somewhere. I don't know where, but it's supposed to be. And this is the first inkling of what they're going to put out here. This was not on the master plan map before. So, all right. So we got to talk that real estate. Jeez. Real estate, assets. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, you can buy at the Savannah Equestrian Center. No credit check, no qualifying. You're going to have to put 10% down, and then you're going to pay monthly 0% interest for probably 20, 24 months. That's it. And then at the end of 24 months, you got to finance. All right. So, but those Savannah homes started around 200. Yep. That isn't a cheap hobby for sure. Exactly. Gino Shimiente, welcome to the SSN Nation Friday Night Live. Thank you so much for being here. How is everyone? Everyone's doing fine. Right on. Yeah, I know it's not cheap. Whenever there's equestrian, not cheap. But notice the equestrian center was out by itself. So they started separating some of the higher end homes from the actual where our condos and other villas that cost $100,000, $115,000, $120,000. Expected. Jewel 20 ladies in the house with the icon next to her name. Thank you so much for being here. Hello, family. Friday night talk. That's how we do it here. Thank you so much. And I appreciate everybody spending their time, energy, and effort here. 1 hour, 20 minutes in. Please smash that like button. Why? because the YouTube gods need to know we're in the house. And if you like what we're talking about, please subscribe to the channel and please click the bell for the notification. And for the first time, I got notifications of the live stream tonight. Shocking. Even when it said 3 minutes to live stream, came a text. I was like, oh, this is new. Right on. Nice properties. Vista Cana. That's right. That's my favorite spot. Well, obviously, I'm partial. I should say I own there, so I'm going to be partial. There's a reason I bought there. I'm partial. Just like I'm partial at the Hard Rock at the Cana Rock. I like that place too. So I'm partial there. Cop Cana, I like that too. But I can't buy in all these places, right? I like those three I mentioned. Love those places and the concept and everything they have going on. And the price is right. You can still get a 1-bedroom in the Cana Rock properties for $115,000, $117,000, which is a steal, in my opinion. All right. All right, Mr. Evans with the icon next to his name is in the house tonight. I like that. I see it, Sabana. That's right, Mr. Evans in the upscale neighborhood of Vegas. He likes that Sabana lifestyle. I can't blame anybody because that's truly amazing. Equestrian locations uphold their value because of you have an infrastructure. Horses cost a lot. The infrastructure to build cost a lot. The upkeep of equestrian centers cost a lot. And generally, equestrian gear, anything that has to do with that, saddles, anything. Even the equipment when a person has to do their equestrian tournaments, that costs an arm and a leg. So everything there is upscale, and they made it out there in their own little private section, and that is pretty awesome. So that means if they cost $200,000 to $800,000, ladies and gentlemen, 2 years from now when that's built, some people are going to have theirs worth $1.5, $1.4 million, just to give you an idea. And that's what you want if you own property at Punta Cana. You don't get to get that value of 1.4, but whenever you have upscale neighborhood, even in your complex in Vista Cana, the fact that you do have you're going to have $1 million properties in there. Now people start looking at it in a different light. They go, okay, this explains why they have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 restaurants. This explains why they have one golf course, nighttime golf course, and they're going to have that other championship golf course somewhere allegedly as well. So if they had that championship golf course, now you're adding upscale amenities along with that, and nobody is living in any raggedy area. All of this is brand new. So your appreciation prices could go up. Now, if something insane happens due to inflation, where these $800,000 properties all of a sudden are 1.7, 1.9, 2 million, that means everybody's property in Vista Cana will increase. Maybe not the same amount percentage-wise, but Mr. Evans knows what I'm talking about, because the section, I won't say where he lives, my aunt bought I think it's, what is it, a 3-bedroom, 2-bath in an upscale neighborhood in Vegas 20 years ago for $200,000. Similar situation with Vista Cana. There was only stuff on a master plan where they said, we're going to have this here. We're going to have $1 million plus houses here. Da, 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 da. That house that my aunt lives in now is like $800,000, $900,000. All right. Now, same thing is going to happen in Vista Cana if they keep doing this upscale stuff. If they build another section in there that has upscale homes, which it looks like they will because they have an equestrian center, so they're probably going to build a bona fide luxury place in there to match it, because you just can't have one in there. You're going to need more than one. So that would mean everybody's property values are going to increase. All right. And so now $1 million homes in this section of Las Vegas is a common occurrence. In fact, 1.5, 1.3, 1.9 common occurrence, where previously you could have bought, if they would have built them, 400 grand probably, just to give you guys an idea. Did anybody talk about stocks, CLF&X? No, Curtis Davis. We haven't been talking about stocks. We've been talking about motivation. We've been talking about what makes somebody tick, what makes them get up in the morning. Why are you inspired to do what you do? Why are you motivated to do what you do? All right, that's what we've been talking about. The stocks, the CLF. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Got to have CLF. Got to have X. Let's go look at them, shall we? You know we talk about investing. We know you got to keep it up here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look. Let's see what's been happening. Oh, yeah. We like this. We like this. I like this. I don't know what's been happening over the last month, but -1. But the last 6 months, everybody here at SSN Nation on Friday Night Lives, you guys know we talked about CLF before. Curtis Davis been talking about this since 9 months ago. All right. So the stock at that, let me show you guys something. Look at this. Last year, ladies and gentlemen, September, it was only $7. We were talking about it in September. That's a beautiful thing, right? We were talking about it in, I don't know about July, but I know we were talking about it in September. So again, winners. Are these home runs? I call these home runs. All right. I took some profits in case you guys didn't check the messages under the community tab for members with the icon. I took some profits. I did the Gino Shimiente. I'll let you know, Gino, I actually took some profits, 300%, 250%, 65%. I decided to do the Shimiente and took my money and did it. All right. So, yeah. And X, infrastructure bill, ladies and gentlemen. This is steel, right? Infrastructure. So, again, I'll do the year over year. We were talking about it last year. It was only $7, $8. 200 and some percent again, ladies and gentlemen. Are these home runs? I consider them home runs. So we were talking about this clearly last year, June, July, August. We were saying get the X. The infrastructure bill is going to come. Could have got in for under $5, $7, $6. So no problem there. 52-week high back till July, of course. But you could have got in March and April. It would have been even lower. All right, some more home runs. AMC. I finally sold some AMC. The reason why? Gino Shimiente mentioned it. Sideways. We're going to find out what's going to happen in the next week because there comes another cutoff date for shorts. But nonetheless, look at this, 6 months. Just 6 months is home runs. Home runs. 1,900%, ladies and gentlemen, just 6 months ago. Let's go just March 29th. Let's go April. 3 months ago. April, May, June, July. 400%. Is that good enough, ladies and gentlemen? 400% good enough for you? All right. Good enough for me. All right. So I agree. AMC is dead money, is going sideways. Exactly. That's why I had to off some. I agree with you. I'm like sitting there going, wait, man, I have 400% on my money, 500% on my money. What am I doing? I already let go of 800, but I was like, okay, I got to do the Gino Shimiente. Got to get rid of it. Moses Tillman's in the house with the icon next to his name. Thank you so much for being here on the SSN Live Friday night edition. Good evening, SSN fam. Let's get it. It's his entry point slogan. That's right. Thank you. So the horse maintenance would be like a BMW sport package maintenance. You got that right. You got that right. You know what's happening. Let's call it what it is. Anybody that has the money to invest in a $600,000 equestrian center home, they're not going to mind paying $400 a month HOA or whatever. I'm thinking it's going to be something crazy. $300, $400. It's going to be insane. Once VistaCon is fully developed, regular OCs won't be able to touch it. I guarantee you. I agree with that too, Marrero. I agree with you 100%. Right now, you can still get in under 100,000, under 50,000 for a townhouse in Panorama Park, 60,000, 64,000 for a 2-bedroom townhouse in Panorama Park. So that's still available, but everything else, it's getting up there. You got to move up to around 80,000 is the next point, which would be by the golf course And even all the golf course villas are gone for $80,000. So you can't even get those anymore. So now you're going to have to go to the villas that were $130,000 by the golf course now. So things are going right along. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't understand how real estate works, it's location, location, location. Then it's amenities, amenities, amenities. When you combine those two things, you have winners. So that's how you can have, the example I'll use is at Canna Rock. If you have a property on the Hard Rock Casino Hotel, they have amenities. At Vista Cana, and Hard Rock's on the water. Vista Cana is not on the ocean, but they made their own little beach where you can seemingly be like in the ocean, and it's salt water. So they said, okay, we're not at the ocean, so we got to figure out a way to make it, good for people to stay in this location. And then they put in all these other amenities to offset not being at the beach. So those are the things that you have to do. And this complex is so high, it's Vista Cana Resort and Country Club now. As soon as they put in the equestrian center, that's a country club. Although the interesting thing about this equestrian center is it's behind gates. And that also means when there's no rodeo, there's no event happening, it's not designed to have people come in and have stands and things like that. So the question starts to be, where's the rodeo? Where's that place where they're going to do the events for the general public? So we'll see if they do that. That'll be very interesting. Right on. Vanessa Kamagate's in the house with the icon next to her name. Thank you so much for being here on the Friday night live stream. Hey, Eric and SSN fam, appreciate you being here once again, and thank you so much for your support with the icon next to your name. Lots of love. Only 800% on AMC. Yeah, exactly, Curtis Davis. just a little 400, 500, 600%. Because, again, you guys know I did something like 2 weeks ago when it was in its 50-something. So I sold a little bit there, too. So, yeah, it's funny. Everybody, Sunday, Virgin Galactic CEO goes to space. I believe that's a big mistake. I'm like, why is he going to be a guinea pig and go? He believes in it. Man, I hope that goes off without a glitch. That would be so awesome. Do you own STMP? No, I do not. Shares, take a look what happened. Well, I made good money. I took profits yesterday, sold STMP. I have full shares, and my lot is 100 shares. All right. I'm not familiar with STMP. Let's go look. See what happens here. Stamps.com. What is this stamps.com thing? Really? Oh, Jesus. It went from 197. It went 63% today. That's stamps. I know. Okay. Most people don't know what stamps.com is, but basically they used to work with the post office, but it never really took off. Oh, to be bought by Tomo Bravo for 6.6 billion cash. That's why it went up. Wow. That is amazing. I was wondering, that is amazing. 64% one day. Wow. Gino Scimmiente got his 20, 30, 40% today. Can't get any better than that. Wow. That is awesome. Way to go, Gino Scimmiente. That's beautiful. You mentioned the train in Mexico. Can you imagine the tourist population once they finish the rail system between Tampa and Orlando, from Disney World to the cruise port and vice versa? Exactly, Diesel Mike. It goes along those same lines. The same lines about the train that they were trying to get to go from South Florida up to Orlando. Same thing. You're moving thousands of people to different tourist destinations, and not only are they tourist destinations, but people that live within the state, they now are going to go, well, forget driving. I can just take this little train and sit back and relax, eat, drink, and be merry. That right there is major. You're not only going to have tourists, but you're going to have people that live in the state doing the same thing, contributing to that pipeline, contributing to in-state tourism. It can't get any better than that. You got to love that. I mean, This is the way of the world. This is the way of the future. Is it hard to become a permanent resident in the DR? Vanessa Camagate, no, it's not. It is not. Here's what, okay, I better not say what it is. Hold on. Let me go do something. In fact, for everybody that just came in, if somebody's coming late, please smash that like button. And I'm going to play something for you while I look for what the criteria is. Because remember, you guys can always search the channel. You can always look for Ask Johan. That's Johan Confidante. He's a Dominican Republic real estate attorney. On the live stream, if you watch the first 38, 39 minutes of the live stream, and I broke it down into part 1, 2, 3, and 4, he goes over and we talk about how to become a resident of the DR. It's something very simple. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I'll just give you I'll paraphrase. If you show income of something like $1,500 to $2,000 a month, that you can show them on paper that that's what you have coming in every month, whether it's due to retirement or business, then you can get residency. That's how simple it is. All right. That's how easy it is. So I'm going to actually run the inspirational video from our girl, Adrienne Bankert, who's on News Nation out of Chicago now. She's an Emmy Award winning news person. I'm going to run that video right now while I go look for something because it's a minute long, but I'm going to go see if I can find the residency papers because Johan actually sent them to me and I have them in my folder probably under the DR. So I'll see if I can pull them up and then I'll give you the exact thing, or you can email me at eric@stopstrugglingnow or support@stopstrugglingnow.com and I'll send you the paperwork on how you become a resident, or for anybody at that matter. Send me an email and I'll send you the paperwork on how to become a resident of the DR. There are benefits, by the way, and he goes over it because Marrero was talking about it very heavily about the residency there, and we go over it during the live stream. All right. So I'm going to play the inspirational video right now. Hold on. I got to get this her off the screen for the block. So here we go.
Hey guys, it's Adrienne Bankert. This is for my Stop Struggling Now members, aka the Stop Struggling Now Nation. I want you to be reminded of your inherent worth tonight, okay? A diamond doesn't have to do anything to be valuable. A diamond doesn't have to work, doesn't have to impress anyone. It just sits there and shines, whether it's in a ring or a watch or a necklace or a pair of earrings. It's just there and it has this worth we attribute to it. And you are like that diamond. If you never did another thing, there's something rarefied about you because we've never seen you before in any time in history, and we'll never see another you for the rest of all time, for infinity and beyond. So don't be afraid of doing the inner work. Don't be anxious or frustrated when you see something that you need to improve upon, when you need a little added polish, right? You are still valuable. You're still a treasure. Keep learning, stay motivated, remain a student, stay teachable and humble, and remember, always be kind.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, had to throw that in case you came late to the live stream. The inspiration for the night, what inspires you every day? All right, well, I found it. This is the foreign retirement. We'll get it. I'll get it up on the screen for you a little bit better. Let's see if I can, where is it? Let me see if I can go find this. Okay, foreign residency. Okay, so I'm going to move this to a larger situation. Here we go. This is for the retirement residents, beneficiaries of a pension for retirement, either public or private, that represents minimum monthly income of $1,500. General requirements: valid residence visa, request of investment residence form, copy of your complete passport, 4 photographs, no criminal record certificate issued by authority of your country, duly translated to Spanish, original medical certificate, original receipt of medical test, insurance policy, documents that evidence the economic solvency of the applicant. All right? That is for retired people. All right? So now let's get into something else. All right? Let's get into something else. I'm going to show you the other one because there's two ways you can do this. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know if I can find this one. Okay. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get this up. I think this is it. Let's see if this is it. All right. Here we are. You can see this one. This one's a little more grayed out, so hopefully you can see it. But this one you can see applicants who receive a fixed monthly income of at least $2,000 from a real estate investment product, investment certificates, or dividends. The main requirement for this type of application is proof of income. So you got to be making $2,000 a month. Valid residence visa, investment residence application, photocopy, the same 4 things you need. Medical exam, medical certificate, good conduct issued by authorities, translated to Spanish, and financial solvency. The same type of thing, similar type of information is needed, but $2,000 minimum has to be shown coming from some sort of investment. So that's it. Pretty simple. Not that hard. All right. So hopefully that answers your question. That's how we do it around here. Letting people know what they have, what they can do. But there's no barriers to entry. And keep in mind, you can stay in the DR, I believe, 90 days anyhow. After the 90 days, you got to go. Before 89th day, leave. All right. Stock climbed all-time high today. DJI over 445 points. Absolutely on fire. Okay, they're going back up. They're rising back up, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we like about the stock market. Gino, congrats. Nice 60% must have been acquired. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Gino, all about positioning, buying the best stocks. You get rewarded. That's it. And Gino Shimiente, in case people want to learn about investing, literally what he does is he takes his 20. He doesn't mince words. He says if it's 20%, he'll take the 20%. If it's 25, he'll take that. If it's 30, he'll take that in a short period of time. He's not waiting for the stock to go another 20, 50% higher. So I could easily see today when it moved past 20, 25, 30%, I'm pretty sure he's probably sold at that mark because that's how he buys and sells stocks. Because he's taken 30% today. He might have taken 20% on another stock yesterday, another 20 to 30 on another stock the day before. So he's making a large chunk of money. All right. That's how you can do it. Curtis Davis re-upping with the icon next to his name to be a member of the channel. Thank you so much, Curtis Davis. I appreciate it. With the icon, Mr. Financial. Wow, the DR is looking better every day. Thanks, Vanessa Comagate. Hey, you know I wouldn't be bringing it to you if it wasn't the real. That's how we do it here. You don't hear us talking about some okey-doke nonsense. It's the real deal in the house. And keep in mind, once you have property there, that also helps. That's not on the list, but you know when you go in and you go, oh, yeah, I have a condo over here in your name because it's deeded in the DR. It's not like Mexico where you have to go through this trust thing and all that. In the DR, you have a deed just like in America. So you get to go, yeah, I own property here too, so I don't really care about this other stuff. They might not either at that point. They might say, okay, I got to make sure you're not coming over here like trying to be on welfare or something. But as long as you show that you have money coming in or sources of solvency and all their other criteria, good character and all that, residency is no issue whatsoever. And so that's one of the things that Marrero was talking with Johan about as well. What happens if I have property there, thinking that you'd be able to have an in? Now, it's not really an in like in America where they allow people to pay $500,000 and buy into a real estate project and then you are allowed to have citizenship, which a lot of people don't know about. Yes, you heard me. $500,000. Any citizen around the world can pay $500,000 for a real estate development, and they will get citizenship in the United States. All right. Now, funny thing is, Dominican Republic they don't allow that. They just want to make sure that you're solvent, have money coming in. So that's a beautiful thing. I like how they have these minimums, 1,500 or 2,000. That's minimum. All right. So if you can show that consistently, you're good. But the kicker is, we all know that if you said I have a condo over here, they're going to probably say, oh, okay, this dude isn't playing around. He actually owns a condo here. He's not just coming here trying to get residency. He has a place of residence already here under his name or her name. So that's what you got to think about. So that's how we do it. Many military members have solid retirement, can get DR residency, minimum 18 to 21. That's correct. And that is exactly why a lot of military personnel live in Dominican Republic. And people that have pensions coming in, that's why it's a no-brainer. Because you can, literally you can buy a condo for under 100 grand or a villa for under 100 grand. And your HOAs are $100 a month. And you can get health insurance over there too. And the cost of living's cheaper. And yes, you can be to the beach in 5 minutes or live on the beach. So it's a win-win. Amazon going higher is out to the races. Look out for this one. Yes, Gino Scimiente, you mentioned Amazon 3 weeks ago. I remember, and you said it. And yes, Diesel Mike, the gamer is up to 60 cents at close. It was 42 when I last mentioned it on Wednesday. God dog it. You know what? I blew it. You know why? I didn't write it down, ladies and gentlemen. This is why you need a pen, pad, and paper, because I missed out on this 20, what is that, 30? Is that a 30% increase today? Missed out on it. I hate missing out on these ones, especially since Diesel Mike mentioned it on Wednesday Night Live, the members only. Now I got to write it down. I didn't write it down. And Gamer is OTC. So, man, missed out on that, but it's okay. I think it's going to keep rising. So we're still going to be good. I'm still buying on Monday. Bought more Amazon and Shop this week. There you go, Curtis Davis. That's right. I was doing some selling recently. Bought into some other things, some real estate and things like that. Once you get the Airbnb prop income coming in, 2,100 return easy. Might be 4,000 a month with condos and DR. Hey, there you go, Curtis Davis. That's exactly a very good point. So you're going to qualify because you're going to be like, oh, yeah, here's my rental income coming in from these properties that I own just here in the DR. And they're going to be like, wait, you have $2,000 a month coming in. Yeah, so can I get my residency, please? Yeah, for the last year. Yeah, no problem. So exactly. Nice way to leverage it. And that's what's going to happen. Victor Morel's going to be able to do that. In fact, Victor Morel's already passed he's going to qualify anyhow because he has, I believe he's retired, and I believe he's going to have a pension. And I believe he's going to have his rental income going. He already has rental income where he's booked up through March of next year for his Orlando property. So he met the threshold for what they need already as far as the monetary requirements. And the rest is just gravy because he's going to come in medical, no problems. Going to come in with the good character seal. And then he's going to come in with the bank or somebody saying, yeah, he makes X amount of dollars per month. So he's going to meet all those requirements. Plus, he has property there. All right. So for him, it'll be no brainer. Yeah. PayPal's going higher. Square's going higher. Exactly. Gino Scimiente. This is exactly what we were talking about before. Banks are going to go higher. Processors are going to go higher. All this is it's in the same vein because we have inflation going on. It's going down. Exactly. I'm investing in the country. That is definitely a plus. That's it exactly. Because it's deeded to you. It's not like you're leasing it or renting. So you go there and you go, oh, I'm renting somebody's place. Okay, well, you're not that serious. We need all that stuff on the list to check out. Now you go over there and be like, hey, I got a condo over here, or 2 or 3. And next thing you know, they're like, wait, where are you going to live at? I'm going to stay in this condo. Okay. And you have 2 others you're renting? Yes. And here's what I've made over the last year or 2. Okay. Okay. I think they'll bypass certain things. SSN, all about wealth sovereign. That's right. No slackers here. We are asset builders. Thank you so much, Curtis Davis. That's how we're doing it. The asset building class. Hey, 2021. In case you're new here, please subscribe to the channel because this is what we talk about all the time. Investing, assets, not liabilities. Because 2021, you better be getting your assets right now. Today, you have seen YouTubers talking about Wells Fargo shutting down people's credit lines. All right? You guys know I've been talking about this for over 2 years. I told you guys when the economic collapse or the economy starts going down in certain areas, inflation kicks up, these guys who give out loans, they're going to start protecting themselves because their collateral could all of a sudden take a dump. They're like, wait, credit cards, loans, things like this, some of this stuff doesn't actually have any collateral attached to it. They get to win because they get to write it off if somebody doesn't pay. But they're not going to allow you to go out here and buy some more stuff and run up some more credit because they know there's going to be a credit crunch. All right? You guys know there's going to be a credit crunch. And this is why we stopped talking about, I stopped talking about trying to get credit all the time in 2021. All right? Because I told you guys we should be concentrating on assets that pay us. You're going to need it. All right? Just keep that in mind. All right. Let's go. Can you post a requirement somewhere? I didn't catch the difference between the one where you need 1,500 versus the one of the 2,000. Okay, yes, I'm trying to think how I can post it. Let's see. Did I ever put it on the website? I don't think I did. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to post it on the stopstrugglingnow.com website, and I'll put a link. I'll send an email and put the link in the email, or on Monday Night Live, I'll also put a link in the chat, and I'll have the PDFs up on the stopstrugglingnow.com website. So then everybody can pull it up. All right. I don't think I can. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Let me see something. I'm going to pull this back up. No, I can't share it in the chat room, I don't think. No, I can't. Let's see. Let's try something tonight. How about something new? Let's see if we can do something. No way to add it. No way to add it. No. So I'll have to, I'll put a link in the chat room. I'll put a link in the email. And by the way, if you haven't signed up for our email list, please go down below in the description. At the very bottom, sign up for the newsletter because only about 1,000 people get notification when we do live streams and when I upload videos. All right. Now, the other thing, I was going to say, which I lost my train of thought because I was thinking about this residency. But anyhow, I'll probably remember it. Please, down below in the description, get your free $10 from Coinbase. Free $10 of BTC from Coinbase. Get your free shares of stock from Robinhood and Webull down below. If you want to earn interest on your crypto, then I have the links down below for Celsius and Nexo. Celsius is the only one that lets you borrow 25% of your crypto, and they'll give you a 1% loan up to 36 months. No credit check, no qualifying. This is why you get assets. You can borrow against your assets, no taxable event. All right. I tried buying Gamer on Wednesday through Robinhood and I couldn't buy it. Oh, sorry, Vanessa. Gamer is over the counter. That's why you can't buy it. Robinhood and Webull do not do over the counter markets. It'll show you the price, but you won't be able to buy it. So you have to go to a place that allows over the counter markets. Like I use Fidelity, for instance. All right. So Fidelity is one of the places I use. You can also use Schwab, probably. You can also use E-Trade. But unfortunately, E-Trade charges you like $4.99 per trade. So that's no fun. Fidelity doesn't charge anything. I don't think Schwab charges either. So that's why I chose Fidelity myself. So I have no commission. It's a free trades for the over-the-counter market. All right. So hopefully that helps you out on Monday. PayPal and Square helping OCs while Diamond, Buffett weren't flexible. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly, Curtis Davis. Inflation is real. Went to Walmart last weekend. Spent $155 and only bought home 6 small bags. God bless America. There you go. In the flesh. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. This has been going on for a while, ladies and gentlemen. And this is why if you don't have assets, you're going to be left behind. Again, you guys know my speech. Every live stream regarding this inflation and getting assets this year. There's no surprise on this. You guys, SSN Nation members and subscribers, you're not surprised by this. You guys knew this was coming. You knew it was already happening. You knew we were talking about getting your assets, buying gold, silver, precious metals, and things like that. You knew what this is all about. I did videos on inflation. In fact, I did the latest one about retirement just today, where I said, okay, so you got $1 million. So what? Now what you going to do? Because if you live another 20 years, that's only $50,000 a year. And if you have inflation, how much is your $50,000 going to buy 5 years from now? How much is your $50,000 for that year going to buy you 10 years from now? Inflation goes up 10, 15, 20%. And now all of a sudden inflation over the next 2 years could be 25%. A fourth of what you used to be able to buy is now off the table. So your 1 million is really worth 725 in buying power. It evaporates real fast. So therefore, you're going to need assets to offset this evaporation of your wealth. All right. You spent all them years to save up. Right. So why let it? I mean, if it sits in a bank earning nothing, now what? So therefore, you have to put your money somewhere that it's earning something just to even earn something instead of zero. Right. So that's why people take their money out and say, hey, I got to put it in stocks. I got to put it in crypto. I got to put it in gold, silver, precious metals. I got to buy real estate. At least I know real estate. I can rent it out and get money coming in. Right. So these are the kind of things that you have to think about. And that's why I dropped that video today, because of this right here. It's just going to get worse. It's not going to get better. Wells Fargo is in trouble. The way they opened up all those fake accounts is coming back to haunt them. That's right, Diesel Mike. That's exactly right. All right, I got to get a little drink, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost 2 hours in. So please, again, smash that like button. All right. It's a good live stream tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about that motivation, talking about the inspiration. All this is what should motivate a lot of people. But I'm going to talk about something else about inspiration and motivation. Wells Fargo are the underwriters on many high-interest loans. Exactly, Curtis Davis. And right about now, they're sitting there. They looked at all their stuff and they're like, uh-oh, this stuff isn't collateralized. Sure, we sold the paper and got our money, some of it, or got a loan against the paper. But they're sitting there like, wait a minute, we're going to have problems. So right now they're like, let's shut this down while we still can. Have these people pay us without taking any further risk. If they pay it off, good. If they don't, we minimized our risk, but we're not taking any more risk. Exactly. Yes, inflation is real. Talking to waiters, the price of bacon and other meats have 2 times in the last year. All OCs know it's going down. Exactly. Ordinary citizens are in the house. Restaurant waiters minimum pay getting to be $10 to $14 an hour because so bad out there. Exactly. And it's a travesty what they've been paying valet personnel, waiters, waitresses, bartenders, things like that in certain states, paying people getting away with $3 an hour because they get tips. I'm like, come on, man. Tips is like a bonus. That's for service. They should at least have people getting at $10, $12, $14, $15 an hour. Come on now. It's kind of crazy. Let's get real. Restaurants, some restaurants, when you do the higher, medium to high end, they're making money hands over fist because they're able to charge more per plate. You know, you can have a steak at a medium place. Steak dinner might cost you $30, $35, right? But you go to a high-end place, you're $75, $90. Well, never mind about Morton Steakhouse and things like that. So more than enough they make. So again, I agree with that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 2-hour mark is here. So again, if you like what we're talking about, please subscribe to the channel. If you guys ever need anything, you can always hit me up at eric@stopstrugglingnow.com or support@stopstrugglingnow.com. I'll send you the information. This is the no guru zone. We don't charge around here for nothing. All right? That's not how we operate. We're trying to help people around here. All right? That's how we do it. Facts. Who can live on those wages? Exactly, Vanessa. That's what I'm saying. It's a travesty. Yesterday explained they work through pandemic at $2.50 an hour while new workers get 11. There you go. Exactly. A travesty. Disrespect, travesty all around. In case people aren't paying attention. You guys know I always said Wells Fargo, Chase, Bank of America, Citibanks, Mellon banks, places like this, they're Fed banks. I don't care how you slice it, they're Fed banks, okay? Everybody can call them whatever they want. They're Fed banks. Therefore, they're tied in with the Federal Reserve, so Wells Fargo could be in trouble, but they'll always get bailed out. It's not going to matter, all right? Now, these are some of the things that people don't think about. There's a class system. In case you don't understand what I mean by class system, what I mean is if you only make, let's call it $30,000 a year, you live a different life than another person who makes $100,000 a year. All right? Is also because you make less money and you have a job that doesn't have the same upside, that means your ceiling is a lot lower. So therefore, how do you change that ceiling? Whether it's through education, whether it's through financial investments, whether it's through 2 jobs, that's the only way you can change it. So we're getting into a have and a have not situation, which I call a class system in America, which is almost like a communist situation where people work, but you're always going to work within a certain level. So if you can only work and make $20,000 to $35,000 a year, and that's what's going on, then that means you're only going to be able to afford a certain lifestyle. Versus a person who can go from 100 to 200, they're going to be in a whole different bracket where they're going to live a different lifestyle and be oblivious to anybody that's making under 40 grand a year, which is what's happening in our country. And you guys understand because you know the numbers. 70% of the people in America do not have $1,000. I say this every other live stream. If you know that, then you know how dire this is. That's 7 out of 10 people that you're walking by does not have $1 grand in their bank account. That means they're using charge cards, which is why loans and credit for personal credit, the amount owed is a record number, trillion, okay? Record number. And that's because people have to use credit in order to pay for their day-to-day living until they get a paycheck. And then they can't save anything. They can't invest anything. All right. So that's why you need your extra streams of income. All right. Like our 24 streams of income, Miss Melody Bonita. That's what you need, ladies and gentlemen. Get 1, get 2, get 3, get 4, get 5. Just keep adding on as many as you can right now because we don't know where this inflation is going to stop. Let me ask you something. Let's go with a simple equation. It's mathematics, right? If I have $100, right? And then tomorrow I print up 50%, which means now I have $150. Something's going to have to give, right? And what's going to give means I just made everything else worth less, 50% less, which means I just made things worth 50% more. So how much it's going to cost me more. So when they're telling me inflation is only 5%, 10%, all this, that doesn't tell you if you print up 50% of the money supply, doesn't that tell you inflation is going to be 50% sometime? It's going to be 10% this year, 15% the next year, potentially 15% the next year after that, because there's going to be an infrastructure bill. There's going to be more PPP loans. What does that tell you? that tells you better start thinking about where this extra 10, 15, 20, 30% of money is going to come from. ASAP. All right. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. SSN Nation in the house. Live. There was a pyramid. Yeah, I just found out about that. I know. God. There's a pyramid scheme called Bent. Stole millions of people during COVID. Sad gurus. No shame. Yeah, here we go again. These people, I just found out about this like 3 days ago when it came up. These people apparently were on OWN. So when you're on OWN, when you're on TV, people apparently, you're showing, living the lifestyle, the suits, the dresses, because a husband and wife team, suits, the dresses, the houses, the cars, traveling around. They're on OWN network. And then they came up with something that clearly is a pyramid scheme. And the thing that he's talking about is they told people to invest $1,400 and they would give them like some ungodly return, 800% or something in like months. The $1,400 is what people got for their stimulus money. So they were leading, somehow people believed that they would invest $1,400 and get back 11 grand in a matter of months. That is not possible, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot give somebody $1,400 and then get 11,000 in 4, 5, 6 months, a year. Even if they said 2 years, not going to happen. It's a pyramid scheme. And the reason why it ends up being a pyramid scheme is because they told you that they needed 6 or 7 other people to get in. So now these 6 or 7 or 8 other people got, before you got paid out. So now it's a pyramid scheme because you have to bring people in. You're not selling any product, nor services, nor nothing. So that's straight up not how you can do it. And that's straight up network marketing. And there's laws against signing people up, getting paid, and that's your only product is the person. So again, it's a travesty that they use that stimulus money to lure people that were already hurting. They took their money. And it ends up being the government saying somewhere like $40 million. The government always exaggerates, just so you know. So it probably wasn't 40 million, but it was probably 15. You know what I'm saying? So that just gets people's attention. During the last crash, 2007, a real estate fellow saw it coming, wrote a LOC, line of credit check, to himself before it took place. He said, "It's coming again." His peers laughed. Yep, it's coming again. Exactly. Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. He's right. This is what's going to happen. Everybody can understand in layman's terms. Real estate, forbearance. You had people who haven't paid rent for over a year. Who do you think? Obviously, the landlords can't pay. So they're going to lose their homes. There's going to be millions of homes on the market. Who's going to be able to buy them up? You know who. SSN Nation, the people with the duffel bag of cash. And let's face it, Fundrise, the REITs, they're going to be buying it up. Hedge funds, they're going to be buying up. Everybody's going to be buying up all these homes that are going to be sitting there on the open market. And they're going to then we're going to rent them to people. And we have our streams of income coming in for the rest of our lives, right? Pretty simple. Yes, loan offers, continuous. Yes, exactly, Jewel 20 lady. That's how we do it. Banks have been closing or reducing retail cards the last year. That's right, Curtis Davis. Mr. Financial knows all about it. We've been talking about this here because they started reducing people's credit and lines of credit 2 years ago. Never mind last year. They just been quiet about it because it's just one person here, 5 people there, 10 people there. But Wells Fargo went the extra step and said, "Oh no, we're shutting down people's stuff." So that just allows other banks to now come in and do the same thing. So it's been happening all along. Asset owners are helped by printing while workers take the brunt of it. Exactly, Curtis Davis. He says it best, ladies and gentlemen. You guys have to understand how this works. When they're printing money, not only do you have to pay more for the cost of goods and services, but guess what else? Guess who's paying for the money that's being printed? Tax money. And who's being taxed? Every W-2 worker gets taxed. And they can raise your tax anytime they want to. And they will. How else are you going to pay back trillions of dollars? Or your great-grandkids are, or great-great-great-grandkids are. Either way, more taxes are going to come out for the real estate you own, more tax is going to come out just for sending to the IRS, the federal government. You get caught both ways. So not only are you going to have this 20 to 50% increase in cost of goods and services, now your base pay is now going to be taxed more. So now you're not going to have more, you're going to have less take-home pay. This isn't rocket science, all right? You guys know this is coming, all right? Curtis Davis really didn't hear about the bent. Yeah, can't believe people are still falling for those pyramid games. My parents got played 3K many years ago on another scheme like that. Yeah, exactly. And what's even worse, it's always during times like this when people are desperate, so they're willing to take chances. And this basically, this bent thing gives you an idea of what's going to happen in the future. Because when a person doesn't have that much money, they're going to take more and more chances. And when they take chances with ill-advised companies like a Bent, that you can clearly see their product is signing up people, not selling any particular product or service, you know there's going to be a problem. But people who are desperate don't realize that. They see people getting checks. They're showing them getting cars, checks, making money, living in a nice house. And they're sitting there going, oh, it worked. It works. Let's go. We can go in. And then 6, 7, 8 months later, 10 months later, you find out, oof, boom, gone. So those are the kind of things that happen. But unfortunately, it hurts people. And some people may say, well, I'm not going to fall for that, right? Well, you never know what you're going to fall for when you might be possibly the difference between having food on the table, possibly losing the place you live. And then you have your last $5,000 or $3,000 and you go, oh, it's only $1,000 that they said we can do this and we can turn this around. People will do it. Desperation is what this is all about. Supply and demand. When you have a lot of people that are desperate and need money, they will fall for anything that looks like it's going to bring them out of their situation, whether it makes sense or not. To other people who are able to look back at this and say, hey, you can clearly see this isn't going to work. They're not listening because they're not in the same position you are. You're not sitting there, possibly going to be on the street in 30 or 45 days or 60 days because, you can look at it for what it is. But other people who are desperate, they're looking at things like, I need money now. It looks like people are making money. Let me do it. So there's no surprise there. Chick-fil-A is a perfect example of what fast food should be. That's right. They pay them properly, and as a result of customer service, they have lines going into competition's parking lot. Exactly. And by the way, Chick-fil-A, if anybody could have got in, they used to sell their franchise for like $250,000. Now their franchises are all over $1 million to get in on Chick-fil-A. So they breeded the environment that they wanted, high end, quality. Pay people what you need to pay them and let's move on. And now they have lines wrapped. Here in the ATL, lines are wrapped all over the place. Every Chick-fil-A, 20, 30 cars deep, 24/7. It's incredible. Wow, I can't believe OWN Network allowed this. And when it sounds too good to be true, people, that's right. That's exactly right. When it sounds too good to be true. Wells Fargo said all lines of credits closed from 30 to 100. This is a prime credit, people. That's right. This is exactly right. Exactly. Again, if you guys, these are signs that people ignore. Here at Stop Struggling Now, I hope you do not ignore this. If a company that's a Fed bank who can get loans, borrow money at 0% interest is doing this, this ought to tell you how dire it really is. This information that they're feeding the normal mainstream people, they're making them sleepwalk. This right here is a wake-up call. Everybody here at Stop Struggling Now, we've been talking about this for years. If this is not another wake-up call, I don't know what is. All right? Because this is exactly another sign that didn't need to even be made. You know it's coming. It's bad. I don't really care what these people are saying. These are my facts, and I love their sandwiches. That's right. Exactly. I get their market salad, by the way. I love that. Wells Fargo, no shame. Let's get out in front of this train wreck coming. That's right. I'm not going to blame them whatsoever. None whatsoever. We were telling everybody, reduce your credit, reduce your debt load. Try to get rid of those expenses because try to get the assets that pay you because then you can overcome anything at that point. Mr. Ice Cold Facts, aka Mr. Eric. Thanks, Curtis Davis. Hey, along with you, Mr. Financial. You know what it is. You know, we've been telling people about this for a while. Marrero's been talking about it. A lot of people here have been talking about it. So this is no surprise to a lot of you. And anybody that's new here, we appreciate you being here, but please pay attention because you got to get your streams of income up or more streams of income. You're going to have to get some asset if you can get a hold of it. We've been talking about pre-construction condos all year because there's no qualifying, no credit check. And so this allows a person, even if your credit's messed up, to get real estate, control an asset. Now, hear me out about controlling an asset. I'm going to use Victor Marrero once again. He owns at the Hard Rock at the Counter Rock Properties. He bought his property for $231,000. Right now, today, 6 months ago, it was increased to $329,000 to $349,000. I'll venture to say right now it's $25,000 up. It's probably $350,000 to $375,000 right now. Is the value of his $230,000 property? It's not even finished yet. So in essence, he's probably going to end up with somewhere around $125,000 to $150,000 next year. This time, he could end up with almost $200,000 worth of equity in a property that just got built, just got finished. You know what he could do with that $200,000 equity? He can turn around and buy another property, whether it's there or somewhere else, anywhere he chooses. He can take out $100,000 and go and put down. That's 20%. All right. 20%, 25% means he can buy a $400,000 property. No problem. And the fact is, if there's still pre-construction properties, he won't even need to put down $100,000. He could put down 10% on a $250,000 property, which means that's $25,000, and then pay monthly at 0%, and then use that $75,000, earning a little interest on it, and then just pay it back at 0%. So he's making a little bit of money on the overall thing, but just use that money to pay back. And then when that property's finished, he's going to have equity on that property. May not need to borrow against it, but he'll still have equity. And just you can keep it going without using your own money, without using your own credit. In fact, you won't even need credit because you know what's coming next. Think about something. Have you guys been paying attention to the fintechs? Have you been paying attention to the fintechs? Remember the fintechs, the one I made a video like almost a year ago. The fintechs are coming. Okay, they're here. How many of you using the fintechs are able to get credit like the Tomo credit card? Right? All right, exit. All right, exit. It's not exit. It's not exit credit. I can't even remember the name of the credit, but extra credit. All right, extra financials here where you can use a debit card and they report to your credit bureau and they'll give you credit. Right? One Finance. Long as you have your money coming in, your direct deposit or some sort of direct deposit coming in, they'll give you a line of credit. All this is here, ladies and gentlemen. So you know what that means? No credit check, no hard inquiry. So that means they're checking something else. That is what's going to happen in the future. The credit, that's going to be one thing. Then they're going to go to another system where they're going to be like, okay, let's see what this guy's other metrics show. How much he makes. How's he spending? Where's he spending it? Is he high risk? Is this guy a gambler? Is this guy in the hospital because he's done drug overdoses? You see where I'm going with this? So they're not only going to use your credit against you, they're going to be using your personal life against you as well, since they're not going to be even checking your credit scores. You can see where this is going. So you got to get those assets so then it won't matter because you'll have money coming in so you don't rely on any other person to fund your lifestyle, right? But closing lines of credit can affect your credit score. It's like closing a credit card. Exactly, Victor Marrero. Exactly. That's the other fallout from this. People are getting their lines of credit closed, which is affecting their debt to income ratio. Exactly. And they know this. So people within 24, 48 hours, within a month, their credit score is going down. Exactly. It's a travesty what's happening. Lots of a new car is 40K, while it was 35K before pandemic. Exactly. Funny, 40K minimum price of electric car, the government playing games. There you go. That's it exactly. They're going to get theirs. Facts. I almost got taken for a scammer saying my bank account was hacked. Exactly. And it's going to be even more and more people getting phone calls talking about this, the IRS calling. People, the IRS doesn't call you telling you you're going to go to jail if you don't send them some money now. All right? It's not going to happen like that. All right? Curtis Davis, it's called get into the asset game or equity of an asset. Don't wait. That's right. You got to control assets. Even if you put some money down, at least you control the asset. You don't even have to own the asset outright. As long as you're making payments on it, and during inflation, assets go up in value. That's why you're going to have places like Amazon, like Gino Chimiente was saying, Amazon, it's going to go up. Why? Because they're going to be able to charge more money. Inflation. Part of that more money is their new profit they're going to be able to make. That's how it's going to go. Walmart, same way. All this is going hand in hand. I thought I couldn't fall for it. I was really convincing. Yeah, exactly, Diesel Mike. That's what I'm trying to say. They perfected the art of urgency. They perfected everything that what a person's trigger points are. And that's how, basically, if you go through a timeshare presentation, there are experts at triggering you to prove to them that you can't buy it, or triggering you to make you feel guilty because you can't take your family on a vacation around the world all the time. They know the trigger points for the human nature. Once you're able to eliminate that, then it's like, why do I need you again? Once you realize that you should ask your questions the other way, you should be like, wait, why do I need you? You're asking me for money. It seems like you need me. That's the way I always looked at it. If you're asking me for money, that seems like you need me. I don't need you. You're taking money out of my pocket. So that's the way, if you start changing it up where you're like, wait, why are you talking to me? Just like when I told you guys before, friends of mine come over and they bring some dude and he has like a $150,000 car. Eric, I want you to check something out. A dude comes over, $150,000 car, or we're going to somebody's house and then they try to act like they live in like $1 million house. And they go, hey, I want to show you something. I'm like, no, I'm not looking at nothing you got to show me. I don't need to look at that. Because if you already have money, allegedly, so what do you need money from me for? That's always the way I look at it. So when you start changing your mindset, going, wait a minute, why? Hey, come to my seminar, come to my webinar, come to all this, buy my stuff. Okay, I get you. I don't want to buy your stuff. What do you need me for? I don't need you for this. The internet's a powerful thing. You can learn all kinds of things. And by the way, we're at 2 hours and 23 minutes. Please, if you like what we're talking about, please subscribe to the channel and please smash that notification bell, because we are being suppressed, ladies and gentlemen. Buffett talks about when tide goes out, we find truth. Everybody can't be him or have assets, but get in position. Exactly. Warren Buffett's been doing this for 60 years. Actually, he started investing when he was in high school. So he's 80 something. So he's been doing it for like 70 years in reality. And then during that 70 years, sure. Oh, by the way, let me give you a little story about Buffett. Buffett is now the Oracle of Omaha. But when he was 20 some years old and he was trying to do his first little thing, he wasn't the Oracle of Omaha. He was the guy that was barely like, oh my God, I'm about to not make this happen for these people that I took their money. That's the Oracle of Omaha. After that occurrence, he says, oh no, I'm going with safe investments and that I know that are going to appreciate. Something similar to like an Amazon, an Apple, a Microsoft, things like that. I'm going to stick with these companies, GE, the companies, buy a few companies like, what's that Gecko thing? Geico along the way. But he just went with Coca-Cola. He just went with these companies that were safe because he knows about inflation. The price is going to go up, which means they're going to be able to charge more money for their Coke, charge more money for insurance, charge more. So he knows over time they grow. So you can sit back and relax. And if you have people's money in your hand, why not just stick it there? And if it earns dividends and it earns and it goes up in price, you win, because that's all people care about. If it goes up 3% a year, people are like, all right. And then it goes up another 4% the following year. They're like, woohoo, they're winning. That's not a loss to them. So that's why he ends up being over Omaha, because he basically took little minimum risk. You always take a risk when you invest, but he was taking minimal risk, and the reward is waiting. The reward was waiting 20, 30, 40, 50 years later. He wins. So if you can start investing, like Key Militant's here, he starts investing when he's like 18, 19 years old, and he waits 20 years, 30 years, he will be exactly like the Oracle of Omaha. 30 years of investing, you come a long way, right? So that's how we do it. Investing, all about facts, not emotional decisions or triggers. Exactly. That's the difference. Realistically, it takes a lifetime to improve financial IQ, but turn off TV off. Tune into SSN Nation. That's right. That would be a wise thing. But TV leads you down the path to slaughter. A lot of you know, when you have, maybe you don't know, on CNBC, Bloomberg, Benzinga, Motley Fool, a lot of these guys, they give you information directly from the hedge funds, directly from banks. They're being very lenient towards their information. The United States says, oh, inflation is only 4% this year. They report that knowing full well 50% of the money supply has been printed. How can it be 4%? But they'll report it's only 4% this year, or 2.9% this year, like they did last year. That's absurd. And then people go, oh, okay, I don't need a raise because it's only 3% inflation. If somebody tells you it's 15% inflation, do you think you need a raise now? Right. Well, you better listen. It's 15% inflation. So get your raises. All right, if you can. Buffett got an investor's check of $100,000 because he didn't want to lose their money. His was only $500K at the time. Exactly. And that is how he invested, and that's how he ended up being an Oracle of Omaha. Because he said, I'm not going to take these high risk maneuvers. Like in his day and age, if they would have had crypto, then he, just like right now, he's not investing in crypto. Okay? It's too volatile. He's like, why should I do that when I can get my 5 to 10% every year? And we have dividends coming in. Well, he does now, millions of dollars, hundreds of millions. But the fact is, you got to start somewhere. And that's what everybody should do. Lay a baseline down and say, okay, this is my base. And then you grow from there, from all different types of investments. He's diversified, but it's diversified in the stock market. I can't blame him. Where's the best bank to earn good interest off your money? None. No bank. I'll just be honest with you. There's no banks. DCU credit, they'll give you 6%, but it's only for your first 1,000. So after that, it's down to like 0.5. No bank gives you anything. It's 1% or less. This is why Celsius Network and Nexo holding crypto at Nexo and Celsius gives you 6%, 8%, 10%, 12% on your money. Or that's not money, but it's crypto that you're holding there. The only thing about crypto is it goes up and down in value, but they have stable coins. So you can put your money in stable coins that can earn anywhere from 8% to 12%. And they pretty much stay level with the dollar. So that's the way to do it. And again, Celsius and Nexo, you can borrow against your assets, which makes it a non-taxable event. No credit check, no qualifying. So that's a win-win. It's almost like stocks too. If you can invest in a stable stock, then you can borrow against your stock portfolio as well, called margin. Same kind of thing. So, but again, no bank that I know of is giving any interest of any significance. And you can't do 1% when inflation is 10 to 15. That's just not going to work. So you're going to have to get as high as interest as you can. 8%, 10% would be best. At least you can somewhat keep up, even if you lose 1%, 2%, 3%, but it's not going to be 10 or 15%, right? And you have the other part to it where you can always borrow against that asset without the bank's permission. No credit check, no nothing. It's a beautiful thing. Saying my bank account was hacked. Okay, let's see. I missed something. There we go. Apple and Microsoft hit record highs. Beautiful. We were talking about this. Keep the Apple, keep the Microsoft, keep the Amazon. We were about a month ago, I was saying, go to the more stable stocks, the guys that get you there. GM, the Fords, right? Go with these guys, the Volkswagens. Talking about Amazon, over the past 4 days, I've been getting messages on my phone for some customer service representative. It looks like another scheme. They have to do better than that with me. Exactly, Curtis Davis. Victor Marrero. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about, too. Anybody that calls me up from one of these companies, I'm just like, no, you're not. Sorry. Send me an email. Same thing. Haiti's president was recently assassinated. They are now asking the U.S. to send troops there. Wow. Man, I just can't believe Haiti, man. Man, I just don't get it. Just don't get it. Suppression, oppression happens regardless. It's just uncanny. The price target on Amazon is $4,500 in the next 12 months. Yeah, it's going to go there. They can raise their prices due to inflation, even though the prices of Chinese goods and services aren't inflating like how the prices are in the USA. Sad news on Haiti. Why? Exactly, Curtis Davis. That's what I say. It's just why. You're right, Eric. Facts. Thank you, Vanessa. Comment Gate. Appreciate that. Victor, I'm getting the scam too. Yeah, everybody is. This is what's happening. Let's just face facts. As more and more people are down in the low end of the class system, and then around the world is affected as well. Everybody that is not wealthy, who barely makes it or is less than barely making it, it affects everyone around the world. This is an ecosystem. Those people then have no problem being in a phone bank, scamming people all day, because they will have one person, 5 people, 10 people sending them $100, $500, $1,000. That's all you need. All you need is like 10 people to send $1,000, and next thing you know, that's $10,000 to the call center. Plus, they can call you back and possibly get more. And now you start adding this up. We got 10,000. Next thing is 15. Next thing is 20. Next thing is 30. Now you have this operation 24 hours a day, and they're suckering people in, and it's around the world. You guys know, you hear the accents. Some guy from India, some guy sounding like he's from Africa, some guy sounding like he's from Australia or UK. You guys know somebody's sounding like they're from Asia. You know that. And then the thing is, United States companies use call centers in those countries. So that's why people can't tell the difference. That doesn't help either. It's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. Do you think somebody trying to steal Haiti land? Yes, I do. Lots of scams on phones and emails. Just call up the company and you can know if you have an issue with them. Exactly, Wilson Koo. Exactly. We can't forget Haiti shares the island with the DR. Exactly. Exactly. And that's why in Dominican Republic, they're against Haitians, because literally, what are you supposed to do? If you're Haitian, wouldn't you cross the border too? Looking for a place to have a job and just take care of your family? I mean, I think so. And exactly the problem. Who really want to steal Haiti? That place is messed up. Wilson Koo, therein lies what you just said. The place is messed up. The thing is, you have to remember gentrification. You have to also remember Haiti is an island. They have beaches. Just like Cuba, they have beaches. Any given day, if they decide to be stable, and somebody can make it stable, they could have hundreds of millions of dollars coming into the country for investment if their government was right. So yeah, there might be somebody trying to steal and make it, Fidel Castro-esque, like, not like a communist situation, but come in and say, you know what, enough's enough. We're going to make this a paradise over here, just like what Dominican Republic's trying to do. It would be nice. If it happens, doubtful, but it would be nice. Haiti needs more help and clean up their political issues. Yeah, exactly. Their political issues have been going on for the last 40, 50 years, and it seems like nothing's happening. USA sending $5 million to Haiti, and FBI agents. There are people arrested already. Yeah, exactly. Some people got arrested in the United States, and they're looking for about 15 people. But $5 million is not going to do anything. What needs to actually happen is let's put it this way. United States goes all the way around the world. They'll go to Iraq. They'll go to Saudi Arabia. They'll go to Kuwait. They'll go to South America. They'll go to Nigeria. I mean, this is insane, right? They'll go all over the world. But for some strange reason, they will not liberate none of these islands, because all these islands are literal playgrounds for vacation. All these islands, literally. So they'll do Turks and Caicos, make that nice, right? They'll have Bimini and all these other places nice. But for some reason, those islands, they will never seem to be like, you know what, guys, come on. We'll install, if you want us to, whoever you guys want in here. Let's just stabilize this country. We'll have hundreds of $millions invested, and we'll help the people. We'll build some roads. We'll do just what we do in Iraq, right? Afghanistan. What's the difference? Except we have a vested interest. Because now you could actually do what we did in Cuba back in the day before they took out our casinos. When they allowed American investments in Cuba, that was like a paradise. Same thing. So I don't get it. They won't do it in none of the countries. Puerto Rico's a freaking, well, what can you say? It's a colony of the United States, and they won't even help out Puerto Rico. But they're going to send $5 million to Haiti, like that's going to do something. Diesel Mike, not true, Wilson Coot. They can be world-class resort if they wanted to. Exactly, Diesel Mike. That is true. Vasilef Eric, yes, billionaires making moves. That's right. That's how they do it. Wilson Coot, Diesel Mike, they can be, but there's a serious issue with their government that keeps the country behind where they can be. Exactly. Haiti's just like Cuba. The government that's been installed over the last 40, 50 years, they don't care. They just suck up the resources, let people live in shacks, live in on property and land, and don't give them anything to work with. So what can you do? You just have a bunch of people in poverty somehow surviving amongst each other. I mean, it's insanity. And they're not even asking for help or nothing. That's the other thing that I don't get. It just makes no sense. Yes, U.S. could do it. It's political. Exactly. Like, we're sitting around here spending, how much did we spend on the Iraq war? How much we spent in Iran? Iraq, and how much have we spent in Afghanistan? Just those two countries. Never mind about the Desert Storm. Never mind about the Kuwait situation. No, never mind about Nigeria. Never mind about none of that stuff in Africa, that the United States has a war going on that they don't even tell the American people. Never mind about down in South America where they're messing around with their countries. But yet we got islands sitting right here that American citizens would love to visit, or the world actually would love to visit, and they won't spend the $100 million or $60 million or $1 billion that they send to Israel. Send Israel $10 billion a year. But are they going to send $1 billion to Puerto Rico, our own country? No. They're going to send $1 billion over to Haiti? No. Come on, man. This is just sickening. James Way, Haiti has gold but poorest nation. Exactly. Messed up for optics while others steal it and hide human trafficking. Now we're talking, James Way. James Way hit it right on the head. He's got it right on the head. Human trafficking. It's an island stop like Pirates. Pirates of the World stop there. And he's got it right on the head. The gold, they're taking some other natural resources as well. And then they're making everybody else live in poverty. I'm telling you, it's sickening. And never mind about that human trafficking. That's just sickening. If Haiti can turn to become a proper industrial country and make their people better than current status, then they can be better than Cuba. Exactly. But Cuba and them, they don't, for some reason, I don't understand. Mexico has similar problem, drug lord town. Check out Somos on Netflix. Yeah. Mexico is a big country. Just like here in America, where you could have terrorist organizations sitting out in Kansas, in Nebraska, in Oklahoma, in Texas, undetected. Same thing in Mexico, except in Mexico, those are drug cartels and they can buy weapons and they can get weapons, military grade weapons. And I wonder where they get those military grade weapons from. Right? Come on. This is crazy. Yep. K Hunter, welcome to the Friday night live stream. You're preaching now, brother. I wish Haiti could do it for themselves. Exactly, Vanessa Kamagate. Exactly, but they won't. Exactly. Child trafficking, to be exact. That's right, K Hunter. That's exactly right. I don't like to discuss child trafficking because this is this is worldwide. Here's how this works. There's child trafficking, sex trafficking in every freaking country, even here in America. All right? Don't be fooled. There's thousands of women and children that are missing that they don't even talk about. You go to Russia, same thing. Russian women are trafficked. All right? You go to Asia, Asian women are trafficked. South America, trafficking. Islands, trafficking. It's sick. And it seems that the top brass, they're in on it, just like Epstein and his buddies. They have no interest in stopping that. Even though if you do stop it, then you're going to have ecosystems with families, sane people who aren't abused. That helps the overall economic environment and the survival of the human race. But instead, we got this third world thing. It's so sick. We have people that literally take tours, sex trade tours to these frickin' islands. It's sickening. Don't think it's happening in Costa Rica. It's happening in Central America, Panama. It's happening everywhere. All right? I had a smackdown talk with one of the owners of a frickin' Tropical Smoothie one time. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I got to say, it looks like this is a topic I guess we can't talk about. This is a topic we can't talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get it twisted. There are multimillionaires in Haiti. Unfortunately, the culture of corruption is rampant. Oh, yeah, that's right. Every third world country, there's millionaires living there. They just get to have the armed guards, the security, the gates, and things like that. That human trafficking talk, I guess we won't be able to talk about that anymore. James Way, you were right. They're worse than Congo. Yeah, you're right about that. Haiti was first free slave state. I didn't know that. That's interesting. But they're still slaves to something because they don't even act free, period. I mean, it's not like I have never had anybody call me up going, hey, man, I need to go hang out in Haiti. That has never happened. I can't blame them either, you know? So anyhow, there's a couple of guys when I was in Florida that I know, and they're well-to-do guys. And one of the guys says, I'm going down to Costa Rica, and I go with 3 or 4 of my friends, and we go down, we bought properties, or we also look for properties. So then he comes back, and he goes, yeah, man, we were down in Costa Rica, had some fun. Here's a picture of the guys, because it's a guys trip, right? So I'm thinking guys trip like, Okay, fellas went down, maybe looking for some real estate, hanging out, fishing, relaxing. Okay, chasing women around, whatever. I understand that. He comes back, shows me pictures. They're at a campfire, hanging out. He's showing me they're at the lake, hanging out. Then he says, yeah, man, and these cute women were there. The cute women, he shows me a picture, and I'm like, that girl looks like she's 18. Now, mind you, dude's like 40, 45. These guys are like 40, 45. I'm like 50 maybe. And I'm like, okay, that looks like she's 16, 18, 17, somewhere in there. What are you talking about, women? Then he shows me another picture. And again, it looks like the girl's like 16, 17, 18. I'm like, dude, what the hell's wrong with you? Needless to say, when that dude, that guy, I don't talk to no more. He's Nick Say. He's like, oh, yeah, you should come. Before they went, oh, next time when I come back, I'll show you some pictures. You should come with us. I said, yeah, I've never been to Costa Rica. Maybe I'll go down there and check it out. But when he came back showing me them pictures, I'm like, dude, is this like sex trafficking bullshit? I got pissed. I was like, no, man, we can't talk no more. That shit's wrong. Oh, excuse my language. I get upset about it. All right, Haiti's resources have been stolen for years and just lacks tools and infrastructure. That's correct. And there's nobody that's going to stop them either because the rich and powerful are taking the resources. YouTube tried to stop you, going to cut it into the profits. That's right, James Way. Yeah, we got into a tough, that's a serious topic because this is happening around the world, even in our backyard in America. Everybody's backyard, it's happening. And there's some men and even women that thinks it's okay that a grown man is messing around with little girls. It's sickening. And have no problem kidnapping people and putting them in a sex trade environment and threatening them, their family, and everything like that, like the cartels do in Mexico. I mean, people think that's okay. It's sickening. Haiti was a land rich as sugarcane and other resources. Yeah, all the islands had resources. That's why the Spaniards, the Italians, all these guys, Americans, went to the islands to steal it. Just like Hawaii. All the islands. Hawaii had pineapples and other resources. And Dole, who's oh, man, don't even let me get started on this American history. Oh, we can't teach American history. I'm teaching it here. Dole, an ambassador to Hawaii, goes over to Hawaii. All of a sudden, he's like, wait, these guys have pineapples over here. They have coconuts over here. This land is fertile. Whoa, wait a minute. So now the United States government, along with Dole, that's right, Ambassador Dole, you guys know now, has Dole pineapple plantations. Wonder how he got those. Yeah, he was part of the United States government. They go over there and they go to the Queen of Hawaii. That's right, the ruler was the Queen and said, if you want your people to live, then you need to turn over your land. Don't worry, we're not going to kill them. We're not going to hurt them, but we need you to give us the land. Of course, some of the people were like, F you. So, of course, we have conflict. But the American government stole the rest of their stuff, and she actually surrendered so the rest of her people wouldn't get killed. And that's how they got the Hawaiian Islands. American history. Lie, cheat, steal. That's how they do it. All right? So, this is the way of the world, and this is the way of America. Nobody's righteous in this, but all you can do is battle it out yourself and tell people, call it out for what it is, man. Can't do it, call the police, whatever you can do. But even then, it's so rampant, but all you can do is take one event at a time. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 2 hours, 49 minutes in. Let's talk about it. Smash that like button. We can talk about anything. And tonight we went off the rails talking about some serious topic, something we've never talked about on the live stream. And you can see what happened when we started talking about that serious stuff. All of a sudden, the stream starts getting cut. I got full 100% on the stream. So that means there was something going on in the background. That's crazy. There was an Alabama high school girl kidnapped and killed in Aruba in 2000. That's right, Holloway. But they didn't know she was from a wealthy family. That's exactly right. The Holloway girl in Aruba. Again. This is the same sort of thing when people go to, it doesn't even have to be a third world country. It could be any place. Even here in America, people are being snatched in New Orleans, Chicago, New York. LA, all these locations across the border in Mexico, Texas, Arizona, all day, every day it's happening. Some people are coming from Mexico. They're bringing their family. Some of the people in their family are being kidnapped to be trafficked in the United States. All right, I won't talk about this anymore. But yeah, the girl got kidnapped and killed. Natalie Holloway, I believe her name was, in Aruba. And it's a sad thing because Aruba seemingly is a nice place. But in this occasion, again, pay attention when you're out in these other countries, ladies and gentlemen, especially when you're talking about late night. It's bad enough when it's daylight and you have to rely on, you want transportation, you want to go eat somewhere, you want to interact with people, but you have to watch what you're doing. When people are like, oh, where are you staying at? What? When I'm on vacation, that's the wrong answer. That's the wrong question. That's the wrong question when I'm on vacation. I'm sorry. What did you just say? Where I'm staying at? Do I know you? I'm sorry. I can't tell you that. I'm staying over there. That's about all you're going to get out of me. Right? Keep this stock under your radar. LESL. I have this shares. It's going higher. Okay. All right. Let me get back to this. LESR. Okay, let's go look. Let me see if I can go check this out. We're having a little communication problem. Got a little heavy. Got a little heavy on them. Yeah, we got a little heavy on them. So we're stuck tonight. Got a little heavy. So things have slowed up. Yes. We're going to look into it. Yes, the Million family got off for years. Holloway daughter. Exactly. And they even have cameras. The people with them. And then one of the guys was down in South America, and the same thing happened to another lady, except they had him on camera leaving in this hotel room, and he said something like, she didn't come to the hotel room. And then they have camera in the hallway from the hotel that he was with her. And that woman disappeared. The slave revolt of 1804, Haiti defeated the French. Right. Yeah, exactly. And for whatever reason, Haiti, again, this is what I always say. Let's just keep things real, right? So French owned the island. Slaves and Haitians weren't happy. The Haitians own the island. They're doing no better. Go figure. It's just sickening. Just crazy. All right, let's see if I can get this back to the live stream. They don't like us talking about the real deals. I see. All right, so I'm going to remove this. And yeah, let me get this off. We got all kind of look at that, tracking issues right now. Because we're going to go look at this LESL stocks. Yeah, we'll talk about stocks now, YouTube, all right? We'll talk about stocks. That'll make you feel better. So you don't have to slow up the roll on the lives. All right. Let's see what this is. Gino Chimiente dropping some more Leslie's. Is this Leslie's pool? Wow, it is Leslie's pool. Okay, that's interesting. Pools. Why Leslie Pools? You're gonna have to come with something, Gino Chimienti. Why Leslie Pools? I get it. I understand what you're gonna say, but I understand they can charge more money. That's the easy part. But why Leslie Pool? I don't see an advantage at this one. Because pools cost a lot of money to maintain. CC sad cameras and all knew the guy who snatched Holloway. Exactly. Same guy. And so that's why they jailed him in South America. Took profits on TSM. Oh, yeah. Chip makers. See, Gino Chimiente takes profits, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't mince words or take his time. It went up 20 to 30%. He's out. Taking his 20 to 30%. That adds up. If you can make 20% this week, 20% next week, 20 every week, that's 80% return on your investments every month or more. I don't know what his actual numbers are, but I do know one of his thresholds is 20% or more. So I can't say that's not a bad idea. Pools are cash cow, venture for homes. At Gino. Yeah, I don't know if my thing is the pool situation is, so if there's a crunch, let's say economically, people will start draining their pools instead of investing in all the chemicals, running the energy for it, because your energy bills are going up as well. So whether most people use electricity, some people might use solar, but the use for a pool, you have to run the filters a certain amount of times, hours a day. You have to have the chemicals in there all the time, especially if people use the pool. So it adds up. And if you have never had a pool and you actually try to maintain the pool or have a pool boy or pool woman come by, it's not cheap. And heaven forbid if you don't maintain your pool and all of a sudden you let it sit for like a week, you have algae in there. Now it even costs you even more because now you got to do the special shock treatment and all that just to get it back right. It's pricey. So you have to do an ongoing maintenance when you have a pool. And it's not cheap. But I don't see how Leslie Pools gains from this because the economy's not like in an upward spiral for the pool situation. In fact, where I'm at right now, in the backyards, there's like 3 people that have pools. They're all drained. It's incredible, but I can't blame them. There's trees everywhere. So I would never have a pool where you live in a forest. That's kind of crazy. Even with a cover, you're going to have forest-like stuff in your pool all the time, which now means you got to run that pool a lot. Damn, TSM. Yeah, he took it. The NVIDIA, I took some profits on NVIDIA myself as well. Come to think of it. Look at this. I can't blame them. Let's see what we got. Where are we at? Here's TSM. Yeah, if he had any investment, well, that's not. Let's see here. What's happening? Or did he take that dip? Probably took that dip. Yeah, look. It's one. Oh, wait, here we go. 113. Oh, that's not bad. I'm not selling my I don't know if I have TSM or TSEM. Unless you've been holding it a while. Well, if you've been holding it since last year, it's doubled. And this is one of the things we were talking about. Let me see. What is this? TSM, right? Yeah. So we were talking about TSM, TSEM, NVIDIA, AMD, all last year. So, yeah, you could take profits. If you were in even in November or December, you're still good. Because even in November, you're still at 30%. So that meets the Gino Chimiente criteria for that. So, yeah, I could see that. I always wanted a pool. Nice. Hey, I've had pools. And to me, it was more annoying than anything because I didn't really go swimming all that much. All I know is every 2 weeks or I can't remember, every week, I think, pool guys coming by. It was only like $25, but let's call it $100 a month for pool. And then it's like, didn't even use it. Then the electricity bill is higher, a lot higher, because you got to run the pool filters a certain amount of time. Then I was like, man, this is The amount of time for swimming, I was like, it'd have been cheaper just for me to have a membership at a place that has a pool that I can just go up the street to, like a 24-hour fitness or something. That's what it boiled down to. I was like, wait, 24-hour fitness only cost me $20 a month and they have a pool. All right. But what can I say? My daughters love the pool party, so we still rock with it. So what can you say? Did you know they will start pumping millions of dollars to launch the tourism on the south side of DR? Those beaches are virgin. This could become Punta Cana Part 2 in 10 to 15 years from now. Exactly, Victor Morel. I do know about that. I do know. And there's land down there right now, which long-term play, 10 to 15, I agree. Probably due to Punta Cana in the next 2 years, I think just what they're doing that right now in Vista Cana, I think some of these guys that are developers have already bought swaths of land down there, and they're just waiting to build out Punta Cana in the next 2 to 3 years. And then after that, they're going to start doing their own pre-construction in 2025 to have it done in 2026, something like that. And then after that, we're there at 10 to 15. We'll be there at 10 years within a heartbeat. It'll be 2031. And then they'll be like where Punta Cana is right now, where they have their luxury Cap Cana place. I agree with this. That's why I love DR. And that's basically why they're doing this tourism boost right now. While they have everybody sitting at home, wanting to be itchy, to get out and about, they're making these deals where they have more than enough people coming to the island. Imagine if it was able to double to like 12 million or 13 million visitors per year. That would give them another spot. Not only the Sosua area, not only Santo Domingo area, but also the other areas west or east of Santo Domingo. That would be beautiful. Pools are nice, but if you're doing rentals with your property, then you will have to have extra liability for the pool, as you can't control stupidity. There you go, Wilson Koo. Yeah, any place that you're going to rent out that has a pool, exactly. Especially if it's a house or duplex condos, whatever, you got to be careful. And you need good water and hook up solar. Yeah, you better hook up solar nowadays. Yes, the tiny pool adds up over time, draining those seeds. Exactly. Exactly. Good weather, not water. So just so you guys know on the pool thing, yes, my previous house had a pool. Well, not the one I last lived in. Well, anyhow, anybody that's been tracking when I originally started the channel, the house that I lived in when I started the channel, no, did not have a pool. My house before that one had a pool. But the thing is, I will never have a pool again. All right, just to put it in simple terms. Because like I said, I didn't like this thing. I'm paying a guy almost $100 a month. And I'm like, wait, I already work out at a place that I pay $15 or $20 a month. And there's a pool there. And my daughters are all older now. So the pool party stuff, don't even have to worry about that no more. So them days are over. Hit that like button. Thank you so much. I forgot about it. 3 hours in, smash that like button. We're going to wrap it up shortly, ladies and gentlemen. So if there's anything else you want to talk about, please, let's talk about it right now. All right. I bought TSM at 81, took profit. Yeah. Oh, you even went past your 20% threshold. All right. He went to the 50% threshold on this one. Right on. Right on, Gino Shimmy. I can't blame you because I took my profits on NVIDIA as well. So I can't blame you at all. In Canada, you can swim year-round if you can afford the heating. That's right. Right. If you have the heater in the pool, now you're doing big things. Or if you do the dome, well, not dome, but if you enclose it, which I kind of never liked enclosures because you can smell the chlorine and things. But, yeah, if you have it heated, you're good. Good to roll. So that's how we do it. Great gyms tonight, and we'll be shopping on weekend. Right on, Wilson Koo. Glad to hear that. Thank you so much for the gyms because everybody helps out with these gyms. If you guys didn't get your pen, pad, and papers ready, hopefully you got this with the real estate. Hopefully we inspired you a little bit. We motivated you a little bit. You actually had a couple of people come in, like Key Militant, that said some things. We've helped them out. There's other people that have said we helped them out tonight, and we don't charge. It's the No Guru Zone. So hopefully we'll see you on Monday, which is going to be the next live stream. And hopefully I'll be able to launch the SSN Lifestyle that day. So you guys will know about it that night. And we'll go from there. And oh, by the way, before I forget, hold on. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Don't run anywhere yet. I have this SSN Lifestyle video where I did the voiceover myself. That's right. I said, you know what? I'm the CEO of this organization. Why don't I do a voiceover and see how it turns out? You guys let me know in a second. Passive income better than active income because of taxes, 10% increase. Exactly. And active income, if you guys are in W-2 situations, you're going to have to take your W-2 money, but please get your extra streams of income from another business so you'll be able to do some deductions so you don't have to get double whammy. Because a second job just means more taxes coming out. I do screenshot and it makes it easier. Right on. NVIDIA bought it at 123. This one I'm hold. This one till after the stock split. Then I will sell it half and then take my profits. Right on. I'm going reverse. I went sell now, which I think that I'm still going to fall in the stock split, I believe. I'm not sure. I don't know when the ex-dividend date was. But even if I didn't, I don't really care. I'm buying after the split anyhow. So we're all good. That's the way I look at it. And then I will sell it half and then take my profits. There you go. That's a way you can do it, ladies and gentlemen, just like he says. Right there. Many OCs lose wealth by not doing small things or pools. That's right. Or taxes or inflation. That's it exactly. OCs is ordinary citizens, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you think about this. I'm about to run this one where I actually do the voiceover. Let me know what you think, ladies and gentlemen. This is the same video for SSN Lifestyle where I only had music, but now I did a voiceover on it. Let me know what you think. All right, we're going to be here about another 5 minutes. I want to see if you're going to give me any feedback. I'm able to do loans, amortization over 30 years, and you can do interest only after 12 months on refinance for 12 years. Beautiful. Wilson Koo, what are we talking about here? Single family homes, multi-family homes, investment property, location, USA, Canada, international. What are we talking about? Let us know. I'm going to run the video. Let me know afterwards. Let me see if you guys are going to give me any feedback on this. All right. SSN Lifestyle. Do you want to travel and see the world? Stay in luxurious accommodations. Have peace of mind and relaxation. The financial freedom to enjoy the life you deserve? Well, welcome to the SSN Lifestyle. Your financial health will create your wealth. We're here to help you drive to your destination of greatness. And we have the start button. If you are willing to learn, put in the work, and help others achieve their goals and dreams, then please join us for a better future. And welcome to the SSN Lifestyle. We will help you create happiness and freedom to enjoy life. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any feedback, let me know. I'm running with it. All right now. So we're going to find out what you guys think about that little intro that I just did. I'm able to do loans. All right. Interest rates around 6 to 8. Okay. Yeah, but okay, that works beautiful. So you're doing a 6 to 8% loan, amortized over 30 years. In case people don't understand what he means by amortized, I'll use a simple example. Let's say we did a $100,000 loan. Let's say we have 6% a year. 6% on 100,000 is what? 6,000. Yep, $6,000 a year, amortized over 30. Let's say. So that means $500 a month. He can turn that into interest only. So that's $500 a month interest. We're not going to be paying any principal for 12 months. At the end of 12 months, you got to make choices. Refi or probably the principal part's going to kick in. So then you're going to have to pay $500 plus some portion of the interest. Let me know if that's about right, but that's generally how it works. All right. And this is like, if you can get that as an investor, like right now, let's put an example. I'll use downtown Miami pre-construction condo if they loaned on that. Now you can buy a $300,000 property, $350,000. You could owe 6%, right? So you'd owe $18,000. So you'd owe $1,500 interest only. At the end of next year, 12 months, they're going to be finished building the condo. The condo could be worth $450,000. You refinance the $350,000, or you take out an extra $50,000, whatever you want to do. But you refinance the $350,000 at a refinance rate, and hopefully the refinance rate will be under 6% or 8%. That's generally what you could do. So hopefully that helps out. All right. Wilson Koo, yes. The Ranieri family, the owners of Punta Cana International Airport, are also partnering with international investors to develop that area. There are beaches and deserts there. Yeah, exactly. That has different terrain. And quite frankly, there's already a few hidden gems in that area. I know a few people that have some villas on the water in that area. So it's kind of hidden. So it's cool. Investment property, 1 to 4 units in commercial. Yeah, but can it be in the USA or Canada? Where can it be? And what's the requirements too? You haven't mentioned what the requirements is for the investor loan. Have lenders that will do better than banks. Yes, exactly, Wilson Koo. Because banks are pretty much locked in. Curtis Davis. All right, cool. Thank you for that, Curtis Davis, Mr. Financial. Appreciate that. Lawrence Daly, welcome to the Friday Night Live stream. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for your feedback. Sounded good. I like that too. All right, guys. Thank you so much for that, Lawrence Daly. Appreciate that feedback. Wilson Koo with the icon. Love that video. Thank you so much. I appreciate that feedback. All right. Up to 80% LT. Okay, Wilson Koo. Now you're talking about things too good to be true. Are we talking about property that already has revenue coming in? Or what can we invest in? And what state, city, country? Because when you start talking about 80% LTV and you start talking about 1 through 4 multifamily, that opens the door for a lot of people. What are we paying in points? And it's too good to be true. That means what? How many? Do I got to pay $2,000-$3,000 to make this loan happen? I mean, what are we talking about here? You got to get a little more specific now, and don't even say nothing like this. 100% LTV on a refi, maybe. But what are we talking about here? Nice radio broadcaster voice, Victor Marrero. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. All right. If anybody has any negatives about it, let me know. But again, this isn't all love, but I appreciate the love. Thank you so much, because I'm going to roll with that. If I keep getting this type of feedback, I'm going to roll with it. It has to be already started for some lender. That's what I thought. So first off, I figured you're going to have to show revenues that are going to be able to pay the loan amount plus more profits coming in. But give me the requirements. Are they going to we need credit? What do we need as requirements? Do we have to have reserves? What are we talking about here? Victor RM. Yeah, we can turn desert into vegetable garden. No, we can turn desert into crystal lagoon. So it doesn't even matter if there's deserts anymore. Beautiful thing with technology. Investors need 20% for some lenders and no income check. Okay, so we're back to almost 2006. 25% down, no income check. What about credit check? Is there going to be credit check needed when I have the revenue coming in? We're talking US and Canada. Tell me if I get points. Great video. Thank you so much, Gino Chimiente. I appreciate your feedback as well. Thank you. Yeah, Wilson Koo, let us know if we got to pay points for this. Somewhere we have to pay points. Points can be negotiated for all SSN family. All right. and you need so it's a PG, personal credit score of 680. So let me run something by you. I know you're not going to know this off the top of your head, but let's talk about it. Let's say somebody finds a $500,000 property. Let's say if 80% LTV means 20, but I'm going to go with 25% down. So that means you got to put down 125%. You guys are saying, okay, Eric, you need a 680 credit score or more for us to consider this. And what you're going to need to consider is how much is this property bringing in? So let's just say, for the sake of argument, we're going to say the property's bringing in a fourth of the value is the profit. No, it can't be that. So we'll just drop it to $75,000. All right, which means we only have about $6,500 a month profit. Now, $375,000 at 6%. I'll use 6 just to be 6 times 4. Let's call it 24,000. Okay, so we're going to owe $24,000 a year. That deal would be doable then, because we have 75,000 profit. So we can pay this 24. We still have 50,000 left profit. Okay. If that's your criteria so far, that works. Okay. The points. Do you also include the points in the loan? That's what you need to know next. We can do that deal. We don't really care what you are projecting if you are competitive in your market. Exactly. All right. That means if you have lenders that are doing this, then that means there's a bunch of people doing this, which also means we're at 2006. You're at 2006, 2005. If people don't know what I'm talking about, what I'm talking about is if you find property that has a profit and you have a 680 for the PG and up, and depending on if they're going to roll the points into the loan, then you're going to be in a winning position because your assets are going to inflate. Because guess what? You can raise the rent when you become the owner. So that automatically increases the value. So if the value is already $500,000 and I raise the rent, let's say 4 units, and I can only raise the rent, let's say $50 for each unit, that's $200 more, which translates to $2,400 more. That $2,400 more has a value to it. So now I'm making $2,400 more per year based on that number. So I 10 times it. So that means whatever that $20,000 extra, my property is now worth. It's worth $524,000 just by raising the rent $50 per unit on a fourplex. So anyhow, just giving you guys an idea. I know some of you may be saying, how's he coming up with all this, what I'm doing? But we can do that deal, a $500,000 project that's given us roughly $75,000 in profit. We can do that deal because our interest only is only going to cost us $24,000. Worst case scenario, $24,000. All right. So that's $2,000 a month. Meanwhile, we're going to have $4,000 per month, $4,200 profit. We can do that. Piece of cake. I can include the points at front end and some can be back end load. All right. That's how we do it then, man. So that means, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you used to be able to do from a real estate investor standpoint. If he can do these type of loans, this is the reason why assets such as real estate are going to go up in value. Now you can buy, okay, so somebody says, I want to buy a $500,000 property or sell a $500,000 property. They know a person like Wilson Koo who will give you 80% LTV. What do? They go in and say, we'll give you 600. They're going to pay the difference. This is how commercial real estate increases in prices, because you now can borrow, and he said 100% in some cases. So now if you can borrow somewhere between 80 and 100%, you can pay more for the property. And the more means you just have to put down more money. But for the seller, he'll sell it to you He doesn't really care how you're financing it. He's going, okay, this guy offered me $550. So I'm not selling this to you for $500, Eric. I'm going $550. What the heck? Because the guy can get a 100% loan or maybe even a 90% loan to value. Because when you start breaking it down, what is 90% of 550? Right? Still going to put down the 25% maybe even. See? It depends on who your lenders are, who you know. Some of you may be needing to get in touch with Wilson Koo about this. All right, Wilson Koo, I get calls all day about 2 to 2.5 to 3% loans for 100K to 200. There's got to be some revenue. That is correct. Have to have it. Charlie with the icon next to her name. Thank you so much for being the new member of the SSN Nation. And will also be on the Wednesday Night Lives with the icon next to her name. That also means she can participate in the members only chat room. So I want to thank you so much for your support. Once again, I humbly appreciate it. Thank you for your support. 2 to 5, they're doing someone else's hosting and you get saving. That's right. That's the only way you can do it. How do we get in touch with Wilson Koo? Lawrence Daly. You're going to have to hit me up, Lawrence Daly, at eric@stopstrugglingnow.com or support@stopstrugglingnow.com. I will forward you his email address so then you guys can get in contact. He cannot drop it in the chat room. Chat rooms are blocked for everybody except me to put in their info. All right. So hopefully that gets you. Anybody that wants to get in touch with Wilson Koo, please send me an email and then I'll forward you his information so you can get in contact with him. I'm fixing my site, so we'll send to Eric as soon as it's fixed. Right on, Wilson Koo. That works too. But either way, if somebody wants to contact me at support@stopstrugglingnow or eric@stopstrugglingnow, please do so. We'll make it happen. All right. Let's see. All right. Welcome aboard, Charlie. Enjoy the ride. Yes, Charlie's been here listening and been involved with the SSN Nation, showing support. So now official member of the channel. And once again, I want to thank you and thank everybody who has the icons next to their name. And if you don't have icons next to your name, that's okay. Please subscribe to the channel. Please click the notification bell all the way through because they don't like giving out notifications when we have a live stream or upload. When I upload a video, we have suppression going on. You guys probably figured it out by now, 3 hours in, because we're like one of the only places that actually show people where to go buy real estate, for instance. We actually talk about stock market investing and different ideas on what to invest in and actual reasoning on why we're investing in these things. Just like tonight when we're talking about Wilson Koo and doing mortgage lending for commercial property, multifamily properties, nobody wants to talk to this on the fly. How many people are going to give you actual numbers, start breaking it down? You need 20, 25%, start breaking it down. This is the interest, how much you're going to pay, how much profit you're going to have. And then you have somebody telling you you need revenue. Who tells you that on the fly? Nobody. Who does that in a video? Hardly anybody. We're going breaking it down for you so you guys can understand it. Anybody can do this. There is no barrier to entry. A lot of people who don't have money feel like, oh my God, I can't get none of this. Guess what? If I told you that the deal that we just presented right here, if you were able to find a $500,000 property, you might go, Eric, I don't have $125,000 to put down. I hear you on this. But what you're not understanding is, let me round this up to you. Let's say you go, hey, Eric, I found this property that makes like $75,000 a year. Wilson Koo is sitting here saying, okay, it's going to cost you $24,000 to get that loan. So now you go to investors and go, hey, man, after we pay that interest-only loan, I'm only going to have $50K left. But what if some investor told you the same thing? He said, okay, I'll give you $125,000 and I'll take 8% on my money. Better yet, I'll use realistic. He says, I'm going to take 12% on my money. You owe me $14,000, $15,000 a year. But I'll give you the $125,000. And I want my 125 back a year from now. Guess what? There's people that will do that because you don't get even 1% on your money at the bank. So somebody will say, give me my 12%. I'll give you the 125. You're going to owe him $15,000 a year, which translates to roughly $1,425 a month. So right now you just went 24. Now you went up to 39. Let's call it 40. That leaves you roughly $35,000, which is $3,000 per month in your pocket profit. This particular fourplex unit that you're buying for the last 5 years has generated $75,000 plus in profits. So if you're an investor, I'm doing the deal because I know I got this all and I used other people's money. And I get $3,000, $3,500 a month coming into my pocket after all the investors are paid, plus the mortgage guys are paid. 1 year from now, I go in. We've already raised the rents. Instead of my property being worth $500, it's going to be appraised at $550. Probably there's going to be appreciation. Now what's going to happen? We're going to refi it and we're going to cash out everybody. Right? We're going to refi it, give these guys back their money. And now we have our loan. Let's call it with Wilson Coup again, but we'll call it $550. And we're going to owe 8% on $550. But instead of us making $75,000, we're going to be making $85,000 that year from now on. So we're not going to care about paying $40,000. But now we don't have any investors. We don't have anybody. That's how you do it. Yeah, I used to invest in real estate like that, okay? I just liked it easier when I started doing vacation rentals. I just got to tell you guys like it is. Because when you own multifamily properties and own real estate and you're not in a vacation rental environment, when people live in your property month to month and 6 months, a year, whatever your lease terms are, generally when age kicks in, there's always something going wrong. It's always something. I mean, it's like, okay, dishwasher doesn't work. Okay, doorbell doesn't work. Okay, washer dryer doesn't work. Okay, refrigerator broke down. All right, somebody busted the door. I mean, always something it seemed to come up, especially when you have properties that are older. Then you have AC going out. Then you have, it's always seemingly some expense that comes up. So for me, yes, I get to make $3, $4, $5 a month, and it's nice, even with these maintenance. But I just got tired of it, renters. And this last year would have just drove me crazy because they would have had a moratorium on can't evict anybody, and they wouldn't be paying me. But yet I'm getting a lien from the water company or something because people aren't paying the water bill, or I'm getting a lien from the gas company, or I'm getting a lien from all these places talking about, hey, these your tenants aren't paying, so we're going to put a lien up against this. So it's all this little stuff like that. That's why I stopped doing the real estate investing, and I started concentrating on vacation rentals, because vacation rentals easier to upkeep, short term, and you get to make almost 3 times as much as you would be charging somebody for monthly rentals. So why would you just stick with monthly rentals? If you can charge somebody $2,000 a month for the rental, but yet you can make like $4,500 doing vacation rental for the same unit, why would you bother with doing month-to-month tenants? And meanwhile, when I do vacation rentals, I can block out dates and be like, oh, we're going to do maintenance on these 3 days. Simple, right? So if something ever happens, it's fixable immediately. And we can block it out so we don't have any negative situations going on where people live there and they're still destroying or messing up your property or aging your property. So all this stuff goes hand in hand. So that's why I just strictly went to vacation rentals, because you can just make more money, not even have the headache. All right, let's see. I missed something. Do differential and loan from 550 to 500K small. Exactly. I think I missed that. 100% LTV on investment property sounds really good. Yeah, Marrero, that's what I'm saying. This is 2005 and 6 all over again, because you're going to have the haves and the people that understand how this works. They're the ones that's going to be able to buy the properties, and they'll be able to outbid people. Just like the example I've been using, that $500,000 property. Somebody could go to the Wilson Coup and be like, all I want to do is have 550, let's say, and then you can talk to them and go, I'm going to raise the rent like $50, $75 per. So now that creates another value. You can talk to the lenders and say, hey, this is what I'm going to do the first month. And then I already still make enough money for a $550K loan. So you get to win, because other people might not be able to go through a Wilson Coup lender and be like, well, we need that 20, 25% down. Oh, wait, you want 550 now or 560? Well, now you're going to have to give us an extra, not only that 25%, but now you're going to have to give us that extra 50,000. You got to give us like 175 now if you want us to fund that. Meanwhile, Wilson Coup and people at SSN Nation who went through him, he's like, oh yeah, give me 50K, I finance you 550. Roll out. See, this is what I'm saying. So this kind of information is very special, ladies and gentlemen. This allows you to make moves and not have to worry. And if you know how to get other investors, you go down to your real estate investors forum or investors club in your city, and you get to know people. That's it. That's all you got to do. Be in the room. You don't have to talk to anybody. Sooner or later, you're standing around, somebody's going to come up to you and go, hey, what's your name? What are you doing here? Are you investor? What do? You looking to invest? Do you have a property that you're looking for investors? People are in the room asking questions. You just never know. I will do point special for SSN family, so do let me know when you are asking. Right on. That's right, people. Let them know you're a part of the SSN Nation. I've seen people do up to 8 points, but I know we can do better. Yeah? You're speaking exactly what we do. Wilson Coup. I know. Like I said, people don't understand. You guys, seriously, this is what I used to do for a living a long time ago, when the real estate game was a little bit different than now. It was old-fashioned. Everything that I just talked about is basically what we used to do, and people were like, you can't finance this stuff. I'm like, watch. This is how you finance stuff. You find other investors. And how do you find other investors? It used to be simple. It used to be all you had to do was look around on the deeds. And that's why a lot of jurisdictions stopped putting information on deeds, because then you would be able to write them a letter. And then you would just say, hey, I understand your investment, your LLC or whatever, invest in this type of properties. Here's my deal. And then sooner or later, out of 10 people, you'll get 2 or 3 calls going, wait, I want 14% on my money if I do this. I want 15% on my money. I want 12% on my money if I do this. And I'm only going to let you have it 6 months or 12 months. Rarely was it ever 2 years. But still, some people were like 2 years. Some people even did interest only. Even after, they didn't even want none of the principal parts. They would be like, here's $200,000. Just give me my I want $30,000. That's it. Over 2 years. So you're like, okay, that's $1,500 a month. That's it. Wrap. Done deal. Because you're already making $60,000, $70,000 in profits. So why wouldn't you do that? And again, the idea is you control assets. Control is the most important part, because now you can raise rents, you can upgrade the property, and that allows you, once you're seasoned, what I mean by seasoned is once you're into a property like 6 months to 12 months, that's seasoning, as I used to call it, and people probably still call it that. So let's call it 12 months. So that's why you always want it like a 12 or 13 month type of term whenever you had an investor. All right, because you know at 1 year you're going to have to season it up, worst case scenario, and your property value went up in a year, so you knew you'd be able to refi it without a problem. All right, here we go. He's talking about something else, ladies and gentlemen. Rehab loans can be up to 100%. That's true. So here we go with the fix-up crowd, which, again, that's risky to me. But a lot of people like to fix and flip. So now you can do it with rehab loans. I talked about this. The FHA has a rehab loan as well. But rehab loans means we'll use the 500K property. But let's just say the 500K property needed $60,000 worth of work. So when the appraisers come out and look at that property, they go, oh, no. We can't give you a $500,000 loan on our 80% or 100% loan to value. But we do have a rehab loan. So we can give you the full 100% for the rehab, which includes that $60,000 to fix up the place. That's a win-win if you get that loan, because now you just fixed up the place for the $60,000, which now means the value of the property isn't even $500 anymore. It's even automatically that moves it up. And so it's a win-win for everybody. And now you can also raise the rent up. And once again, you're back to square one, where after a year, you'll be able to go in and refinance it at a higher value. Win-win. That's how we do it, ladies and gentlemen. So easier vacation properties versus renters pay slow in repairs. Exactly. You have higher revenue when you have vacation rental properties. I'll give you a perfect example. In the DR right now, you can rent to people for a month. You can stay there in like a 2-bedroom unit, $900 a month, $800 a month. So that same $900, $800 a month for a 2-bedroom, people are renting out their units for $50, $60, $75 a month. I mean, a night. So when you break it down, let's call it 900. So 30 days, that's $30 a day. So if you can get more than $30 a night, then that beats your $900 a month. So if you can get 50, 75, that's double. So now I just need to rent 75 nights at 15 nights to break even. And because it's temporary, in my opinion, I don't think there's that much wear and tear, because people are on vacation. All they're doing is sleeping. They wake up, fix themselves some food, leave, go hang out every day. Every day. It's not like somebody that lives there and, okay, they got off work, they're sitting at the house doing all the functions at the house for 6-8 hours every day, and then on a weekend hanging out at the house. So vacation renters, they're like, wake up, what are we doing today? We're at the beach or going to do some activities. So to me, the wear and tear is a little less. Victor Marrero does a high-end rental in the Orlando area. He's been doing it for a while. He can probably tell people here on the live stream exactly how much wear and tear actually happens at his property, because he lives in a high-end area. His property's high-end. The people that come in do the same thing. They're there, but they're like, oh, I'm going to the walk. I'm going to Disney. I'm going to Universal. I'm going to SeaWorld. I'm going over here to this restaurant. So how many hours are they literally in the place? They're at the pool also when they come back. So how much wear and tear is really on the property, right? So yeah, I like vacation rentals much better. If you have receivables, you can lend you on that to make your shortfall to your lender. Oh yeah, the other side note to it, like he just said, receivable lendings. You guys have heard me talking about asset lending before. Receivable lending or invoice lending is also a possibility. He's doing it all. So if his company can do all that, this also means, let's say you have a business. This is what I call derivatives. Let's say I have a business, Airbnb, and I have Airbnb rentals of $100,000 the rest of this year. Victor Marrero, he probably has the rest of this year $60,000, $70,000 worth of rentals. We can go see Wilson Koo and say, hey, can we get what type of loan can we get against this? What you see here, I don't know what it is. It could be, I've never done one, but it could be 50%, it could be 30%, but all that could be up front. You could have that money right now. I don't know the interest rate. I've never done any loan like that on that type of loan, so I wouldn't know, but he'll let us know. Wilson Cove, Charlie, great information. That's right. That makes sense to me, Eric. Video sounded like Barry White. Vanessa Kamake. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's my radio voice, like Marrero was saying. We are doing what the banks can't. That's correct. That is absolutely right. You also need to add the time you use your unit into the monthly income calculations. That's money you don't spend in hotels, etc. Exactly. Eric, it sounds like you're heading back to the new real estate game. Charlie, that is exactly right. The only one I love. It just goes hand in hand with what I like. I like vacation rentals. So that's why I'm buying the condos in a vacation rental zone, because that's the only way I'm doing real estate. What I'm doing is, let's just say the worst case scenario is we got to fall back. Now we got to do month to month. That's my worst case scenario. I will take it, but I'm preferring to stay in the vacation rental zone, which is Punta Cana. It's also Sosua, Puerto Plata as well. It's also Santo Domingo as well. So, and the new place in the south in Dominican Republic. So I'll stay with that. But my preference for the rest of my life is always vacation rentals. I won't mess around, especially when you already have everything all tied in. Like I said, Victor Marrero's doing it. His is all tied in. All he does is sit at home and collect checks. He has he gives the management company their fee, whether it's 20 or 30%, and that takes care of everything. So it's a wrap, and he has profit coming in. So that's where I'm sitting. He's doing the same thing I'm doing. We don't have nothing to worry about. The rentals taken care of, the check-ins taken care of, everything's taken care of. There's nothing to worry about. They check out is taken care of. I do it differently than him, but it's still the same thing. I don't pay 30% because mine's different. Mine's a actual hotel. All my timeshare stuff is hotels. So people check in at the front desk. I don't have nothing to do with that. They check in, use their credit card, just like everybody checks in a hotel. They check out, just like everybody checks out of the hotel. Hotel does housekeeping and cleans up. They don't have to call me for that. And I don't pay for it. It's included. So we're done. Next. That's how I like it now. Punta Cana, that's going to be a little different. That's why I might have to start my own housekeeping firm in the DR. So because instead of paying somebody 30%, I think since I have multiple units myself, I believe I will still be able to keep these people, pay them enough weekly, and still keep them going all year long. And then, of course, I'll attract other clientele because, like I said, 20 plus people, right? There's actually 22 or 23 people that actually bought in Vista Cana that's part of SSN Nation. It's over 20. It's 22, 23, somewhere in that neighborhood that actually bought in Vista Cana. There's roughly in Panorama by itself, whether it's Panorama Garden, Panorama Park, Panorama Lake in Vista Cana, there's like 15 or 16 people just in Vista Cana alone. So that gives you an idea. So maybe I might be able to get some of those people on board, and that's when I'll have the 10 clients or whatever, and then I'll be collecting 30%. Except I probably won't charge 30%. But anyhow, 20% or something maybe. But the point is, my property won't cost me 20%. That's all I can say. So that's what we'll do. But I am back. I do real estate game, just different. People that have 100 to 200K and looking for some place to invest, then you create a private equity group and get 10 people like yourself and then go to a broker and have the documentation for them too. Yeah, the syndication, private equity group, all that is on tap. Welcome to SSN Lifestyle. That's all I'm trying to say. We're going to do investments with SSN Lifestyle. Founders are going to have first dibs on any type of investments. Members are going to be able to be on the calls, be on the Zooms, be on the live streams when people are presenting their investments. But we're going to have tiers to this. Founders get first dibs on everything. Now, I'm not expecting that many founders because it's not going to be cheap, like I said. But founders have perks. And you guys are going to know about all the perks. Some of you already know about them. But we're going to have, yes, real estate. Yes, actual investment into projects and properties and something that people invent, products that people invent, products that people are selling that they might even have in stores already. They're going to be able to present, and maybe some of us will invest in these companies. So we're going to find out all about it, you guys. Stay tuned. I'm excited. I'm excited. All right. It looks like I missed something. Oh, there we go. Get their taxes. There you go. Always get taxes. Seasoned investment can get good deal. That's right. Exactly. Seasoned investments is where that's the sweet spot. First, you acquire the property by any means necessary that you can make sure you're going to pay back your investors. 100%, no risk. Do not do high-end risk when it's unnecessary. If you can't get the property at the right price, remember, when you buy real estate, you're buying the property. You're buying the property at a profit. You already know your profits before you buy the property when you buy real estate. You do not guess. You do your investments. You don't guess. So that example I gave you, that's about the limits that you would be if you're going to buy a $500,000 property. You best have 75 to 80K profit coming in every year. Then Wilson Coo and every other lender will give you a loan as long as you give them 125K and have that 680 credit score. And some of them will even give you 100% because at $80,000 or $85,000, you can pay interest only for 12 months because you're going to owe like $40,000. And you're making 80, they'll sign that contract every day. And you can prove to them from previous tax returns from the previous owner that they were doing $80,000 a year for the last 4 years. It's a wrap. We're out of here. That's true. A lot less wear and tear. 90% of the folks that rent my place in Orlando spend the whole day at Disney just coming back to sleep. Exactly. Yep. I was just wanting you to confirm because that's what I found myself. Because I have rented, just like Marrero has rented month to month. But the other thing is when you can rent, if you're lucky, like Marrero, who has 95 to 100% of his property rented for 9 months straight, there is no reason to rent his unit for $2,500 a month when he can get like $6,000 a month. Zero. And like he just said, he backed it up as well with what I know. People don't stay in their units. So the wear and tear is minimal. To me, that's what it's always been about. Everything lasts longer too because not everybody's there on a daily basis. Not everybody's cooking every night. Not cooking breakfast or lunch or breakfast and dinner or dinner and breakfast. People aren't sitting there at the couch and the sofa 6, 7, 8 hours a day because they got off work at 5 or 6 and now they're watching TV for till 9 or 10 at night. They're not doing that. They're gone. 3 or 4 days, the people are gone and don't come back till 9, 10, 12 at night. 1 in the morning. Go to sleep. Wake up. Oh, what are we doing today? Gone again, especially when you own a 2-bedroom or more. Because when you own a 2-bedroom or more, it's usually families or 2 couples that come. And so now they have their own agenda and now they're gone all the time. So those are the kind of things you have to think about. Or they just go to the different Margaritaville resort amenity. Exactly. Exactly. That's the reason why, again, let's talk about this. When you buy pre-construction condo or any real estate, you have to have the amenities matter. And it plays into the wear and tear on your unit. Because if you have the most amenities that people can enjoy, just like at Margaritaville, just like at Vistacon is going to have, just like at Hard Rock's going to have, just like downtown Miami property is going to have. That means people are outside of your unit. They're doing more wear and tear at the fitness club than they're going to be doing at your unit. They're going to do more wear and tear at the co-working spaces than they're going to do in your unit. They're going to do more wear and tear at the pool than they're going to do in your unit, at the bar, at the restaurant. The longer they're outside of your room, the less wear and tear. And if you can get 3 to 4 times the rent that you can normally get while you're getting less wear and tear, you're in a winning situation. Yes, there comes a time when you should put away 5% a month or whatever, 5% for every month. You might put towards replacing your sofa, love seat, and all this, pots, pans, and all that, like 2 to 3 years later. But you have the profits to do that. Versus if you rent to somebody and you're only renting for $1,500 a month, you don't have the profits after 2 or 3 years to do replacements. All right? Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. So for the Stop Struggling Now crew, this is why I've been talking about pre-construction, because you have no barriers, no credit check, no qualifying. And then when you're in a vacation rental location, now you have bona fide customers. And you know you're going to be able to rent at a certain level. And your rent's going to be cheap, especially if you're talking about $200,000 or less properties. Right? So you don't need to charge an arm and a leg because you bought the property under $200,000. Like in Morero's case, 231 and under. But again, he's in a premier area, premier property. So he's going to be able to charge more than a lot of people, like my Primavera 2 residence. It's a 2-bedroom. It's going to have amenities there. But I'm not going to be able to charge what I'm going to be able to charge at Vistacana or Hard Rock or Cap Cana. Not going to be able to do that. At least I don't foresee I'm going to be able to do that. But we'll see what supply and demand dictates. But all I'm trying to say is 230, 250 and under, you don't need that much money to make, to get your 10, 15, 20%. $40,000 a year in profit is all you need. 40,000 divided by 12, 3,500. 3,500 divided by, let's call it 30 days. You need 100, what is that, 120, yeah, a little under 120 a day on average. Victor Marrero, he bought his property for 220, 230, whatever, we'll call it 250. He's going to be able to charge more than 130 a day. In fact, he's going to be able to charge more than 200 probably. In fact, he might even be able to charge like 300 a day. So you see where I'm going. 300 times 30 is, you guys can start doing the numbers. You know, that's pretty good. $9,000. I think some people will take $9,000 for 4 months, which is $36,000 if you bought property for $250. That's almost 15% on your money. So you guys got to understand, this is what's happening. It's going down right before your very eyes, and you can get in on some of this. Lawrence Daly, I am interested in the DR. Lawrence Daly, send me an email. I'll get you in touch with Andrea Rodriguez, who is a realtor in Punta Cana, and I'll also give you Mr. Estacio's number, because the difference between the two, Estacio works with Apartments SD. They have exclusive real estate broker rights with some of the projects in Punta Cana. So that's why, even though he can sell every property Andrea can sell, Andrea can't sell every property that they sell. And Mr. Estacio, since they have the exclusive broker agreements with some of these projects, then he concentrates on those projects. So that's why I give you both persons. And I'll give you Johan Confidante, who's the real estate lawyer, the premier real estate lawyer in the Dominican Republic. You can look for the Ask Johan series here. He was on live. Look for that, and that'll help you out greatly as well. But send me an email, and I'll send you their information. So then you can get on board, and then you can look through some of the properties. In fact, John Ruck, welcome to the Wednesday night live stream. So glad to see you here. You're actually able to make a statement and Are you mobile on the Friday Night Live? Meet Kevin for Governor, Cali. Yeah. The young gun trying to make it happen. He has some pretty good ideas. Wilson Koo, all property loans will have assessor done by our assessor. Yeah, exactly. But when it comes to multifamily, though, the assessor isn't so important because you're going to base it on the revenue revenue and profits. Because if the profit isn't there to issue the loan, it doesn't even matter what the assessed value is. All right. For those looking to do pre-construction, I would recommend that they do an LOC. Then when building is up, then we can roll over to proper loan. Are you referring to a line of credit? Let me know. Hello all. John Ruck is in the house. Like I said, hello there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we talk real estate. We talked a little stocks. We talked about inspiration and motivation. I played the video for SSN Lifestyle that's coming out with the voiceover. Hopefully I got the feedback. People liked it. So I'm going to roll with that one. I like the feedback. Thank you so much for that. We have a new member who's always been here. Charlie, officially part of the SSN Nation member, became a member tonight. Thank you so much for that. So we're going to wrap this up, ladies and gentlemen. We're up to 4 hours. I think that's a record. We've never done 4 hours on the Friday Night Live. We've done 3 hours before, but we haven't done 4. And I'm not going to get out with this yet. So he is talking about a line of credit. Okay, that's pretty serious right there, Wilson Koo. What are you talking about? Because if you're saying somebody can get a pre-construction property and you're giving them a line of credit, what are you basing the line of credit on? Does that mean a person needs to have their own? Are you doing a credit check? Because that's about the only way that you're going to be able to do that LOC. So let me play it out for me if you can. So we're going to use a real thing. Punta Cana, you can buy $150,000 villa, condo, all kind of stuff, pre-construction. You don't owe 150. You only owe 70% of the 150 in most cases. I mean, I'm sorry. You only owe 30% or 40% of the 150. So you're either going to owe 45,000 to somewhere like what is it? 80,000, something like that. So what's the line of credit and what are you basing it on? That's what I want to know. And are you funding the full amount or are you funding the down payment portion of the 30 or 40%? So are you giving people the 40,000 or the 80,000 line of credit where you basically give it to the guys? And then how much are we going to be paying? Because right now we pay 0% interest. So I don't really need a line of credit. You follow what I'm saying? But let me hear what you got to say about that. What is your email? Lawrence Daly, Eric@stopstrugglingnow.com or support@stopstrugglingnow.com. All right. Yes, it is a record. Okay, so we have a contract. Oh, by the way, in case you're new here, please smash the like button. And if you like what we're talking about, please subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell because we have suppression. They basically only tell 1,000 people, 1,200 people that a new video has been dropped out of 12,000 subscribers. That is real important, Wilson Koo. When you say record, are you talking about when we have contracts? Because in case you're new here, I've actually shown my contracts for pre-construction condos that I have purchased. So you guys can go search for the pre-construction condos, the Punta Cana, 1,000 down payment, the other 10% complete and all that. I'm actually showing receipts so everybody can understand this is how simple it is. Okay. So this is very important because if they're doing lines of credit, that means we already don't have to qualify for these. So that's why I'm kind of confused why somebody would do an LOC, because we don't pay interest when we're paying before delivery of the condo. So we don't have to worry, and there's no credit check or no qualifying. Thank you so much for creating SSN Nation. Thank you so much, Charlie. I appreciate your support, always have, and thank you so much for becoming a member tonight too. Thank you, Wilson Koo. What you will do is to get a line of credit, and then you use that line of credit to do your initial deposits. And when your building is up, then you have a unit to ask for the money for what you need. Okay, so you're doing the seasoning already. Okay, I could see that would work. But the question is, what are you asking for? That's what I'm trying to understand. How much, I don't know if you're going to know this, but how much do you, I mean, like I said, $150,000 pre-construction condo. You only need 10% down. You only need $15,000 down. No credit check, no qualifying with the developer. So then you're going to pay, let's say, $1,500 a month. Normally to the developer, $1,500 a month for 2 years, let's say, 24 payments. But if you give the 10% down, and if you give the other 20% down, let's say 30%, which is $50,000, what are you saying? Are we paying you the $50,000, and at what interest rate? Because this is pretty major, because now you're saying a person is seasoned. Now the person put down $50,000. After the property is built, it appreciated in pricing, could very well be worth $200,000, the assessed value, because they're selling the new units for $200,000. So obviously my unit would be $200,000 now. So, but yet I only need $100,000, which would be 50% loan to value. So again, that would mean we win. That's major. That is major, Wilson Koo. Too close. Lots of ways to work the system. You got that right. And I smashed the likey button. Thank you so much, Charlie. Thanks for reminding me. 4 hours in, please smash that like button, ladies and gentlemen. And if you really like what we're talking about, subscribe to the channel and click that notification bell. I appreciate it. Record for 4 hours. That's right. This is the first time, the new record, 4 hours. We never went this long. This is awesome. Hold on. I need some more drink right now. Voice getting a little hoarse. All right. This is a great show and an eye-opener. Thank you, Lawrence Daly. This is how we do it here in SSN Nation. You know why? Emerging Millionaires is in the house as well. We want everybody to rise up and get their assets, and we give you the real deal. We're telling you the real. This isn't some pie in the sky. We're actually literally, you can put 10% down in Miami, in Punta Cana, in the Dominican Republic, in Mexico, and no credit check, no qualifying with developers, and then pay monthly until they build a property with no credit check, no qualifying, 0% interest. And at the end of the time you pay, most of the property, well, so far all property values have increased during the pre-construction. And now Wilson Koo is telling us they already have loans in place that if you got a line of credit through them, you'd be able to get financed. But also, if you're not able to do that, you can also, most of the properties have increased in value, and you're going to only owe less than 40% LTV. You will be able to get a loan. Again, with limited qualifications. None, really. 30% loan to value, 40% loan to value, no problem. Somebody's going to give you a loan. All right, to finish it up, and then you start. Now you have the vacation rental money to pay for your loan. All right. So, yeah, thank you so much for that, Lawrence Daly. I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad we're being very helpful tonight. Line of credit is based on your company, and your company is buying the unit. Okay. All right. I can tell you right now that's not working in the DR. In America, that'll work. In Canada, that'll probably work. In Mexico, it could work because everything in Mexico, if you're a U.S. citizen, is a trust. So, yeah, you could do a business in a trust. But, again, Mexico and in the DR, that presents a problem. because if you have a company in the DR, you now have to pay tax. You have tax to pay. If you're an individual, you don't have to pay tax on your real estate. So just keep that in mind. $150,000 or less, a comfort tour loan, you have 15 years that you will not pay tax on your property. But if you get a second property and that property is valued at 150, you don't get immunity from comfort tour apparently, which I'm sad to say I didn't know this until we had Johan Confidante on, and he blew me away. And I said, oh, we got to talk about this because now there could be tax implications, because once you go over 150,000 fresh threshold, now the next property you're going to have to pay tax. So I'm going to find out. But, you know, we got issues coming up on that once it's built. But that's, like I said, 2 years will be my second one. So we'll see. Thanks, Eric. No problem. Curtis Davis, Mr. Financial in the house. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're 4 hours, 5 minutes in. Tonight has been very, very special because, of course, the record. But we have new people that we have helped out. And like Lawrence said, eye openers, which is always what we want, because it's a different way of looking at something. And you already have the resources and didn't even know it, because a lot of people have been going, oh, man, I got to build my credit. I got to build my credit. Otherwise, I can't get this real estate. Or I got to build my credit so I can get a credit card. And then you find out, wait, I don't need to build my credit, nor need a credit card, nor need a good credit score. That's right. You don't. And you can still get in the real estate game. That's right. And it's that easy. All I got to do is find some property. And as long as I have 10% down, I'm good. Hell, you don't even need 10% down. Let me explain. You need $1,000 down in most cases to say I want to reserve the unit. And then 30 to 45 to 60 days later, you put down the remaining 10%. So just for everybody's clarification, let's call it a $100,000 property. And I say I want to buy that unit. So then I have to wire them $1,000. Now they get the contract together that Johan Confidante, the real estate lawyer in Dominican Republic, is going to go over to make sure it's all good. Yes, I do have to pay him, but it's going to be worth it because they're like closing agents there. So they make sure everything is proper. So then I put down the 1,000 and then 60 days later, the contract and everything's finalized. And then you put down the other $9,000 because remember, it's only 10,000 or 10% to complete. So you put down the 1,000 and 9,000 more makes it 10,000. That's it. So you send them 9,000, and then the following month, whatever that payment plan is going to be for the next, let's call it 24 months. And they want, let's call it 30%. It's going to be 30% during construction. So that would be $30,000. And if you had 24 monthly payments, then you know you're going to pay $1,500 a month. And then 2 years from now, upon delivery, they're going to want $60,000 within 60 days. Now, if the property is still valued at $100,000, then you're going to have a 60% loan to value. You're probably going to need nothing. If the property went up to $120,000, now you have a 50% LTV. Credit will matter even less. Maybe not even at all at this point, because Wilson Coo's already doing loan products that doesn't even, not going to require hardly anything. And if you went through the Wilson, if you could have done the Wilson Coo thing, and you wanted to be have a business there and pay the tax on your business, because that gives you an advantage, because you can get a line of credit, and then once the building is built, they roll it into a loan. It might be worth having a business. So that's something to think about. Thanks, Eric. Oh, yeah, well, no problem. We need to chat, and we can figure out how to make it work for SSN family. I'm in the business of making impossible possible. I like to hear that based on knowing the rules of the game. That's it. That's all that rich people do and the wealthy do anyhow. They just know, you just lay down what is needed. And then after that, it's like, okay, well, then you just make it happen. So we know in the DR, if Wilson Koo is saying he can do in Dominican Republic, do this line of credit, and everybody knows you have to have a business, okay, so you make a business. And then you talk to the lawyer, and then you ask them, hey, if I make this business, what's my exposure and how much in taxes am I going to pay? That's all you got to figure out. And then you figure out if it's worthwhile to you. But the ultimate goal is, if the line of credit has a reasonable interest rate, that means you have eliminated any possibilities. You now know that it's going to be rolled into the actual final loan. And you know you're going to have equity, which also means that you may even be able to take out some extra money straight up, which is a beautiful thing. Charlie says it best. Knowledge is still power. That's all you can say about it. That's exactly right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the record, 4 hours and 10 minutes, and I'm going to have to go to bed tonight. All right, I got something in the morning that has to do with some radio show or something. So I got to get up a little earlier, but I still love the conversation that we had tonight. Some of it went wiggy, and so YouTube had to dim our signal because we were talking about some things that is, not quite kosher as far as trafficking. But you know how we do this. Some countries in Caribbean are giving citizenship to investors of $500K to the country. So that is something to think about. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. In America, they already do $500K. If you put it into developments, USA gives citizens from around the world citizenship. They do that in the Caribbean as well. I'm sure if you walked in and said, hey, I have $100, $200, $300, $500,000 worth of property on your island, they give you concessions. It's how it always works. They want investors in there. That you're helping the economy. Thanks for the gems, family. Thank you, Wilson Koo, for the gems. Kay Hunter, thank you so much for being here once again on the Friday Night Live stream. Curtis Davis with the icon next to his name, Mr. Financial. Thanks, everyone, for the gems. Thank you, Curtis Davis, for the gems. And everyone else here at SSN Nation who contributes here in the chat room, because once again, this was very powerful. Changing lives, ladies and gentlemen, and giving people the tools that they need, that they didn't even know that they had, and the power that they had. No longer do you have to listen to these educational people. No longer do you have to listen to these people on CNBC, Bloomberg, and all that saying, hey, you need 35%, 25%. Nobody's going to give you loans. Oh, you have to do it the old traditional way. Your credit score has to be 740 and up. No longer, ladies and gentlemen. We can make it happen. We can bypass the whole system. That's why the SSN Nation is scary, because I'm telling people how to bypass the system. Nobody else talks about this in this way. So I want to thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. And you know it's hard out here. And that's why we do things from ground zero. No credit check, no qualifying, a little bit of money down. And then if you don't have the little bit of money down, we talk about how to get those revenue streams, those extra streams of income in your pocket. So then you can just activate yourself into creating wealth. That's what we're doing around here. Rising tide lifts all boats. And with all that said, keep your head up, keep moving, and I'm out.